Chapter 2033. Mysterious Wine. Where did this fool come from? Is the wine of Wendao restaurant so delicious? Someone said disdainfully. Looking carefully, there was already a cup of wine in front of him, but he still did not drink it. Clearly, he was brewing and hesitating whether to drink it or not. The wine of Wendao restaurant could burn the source of corporeal power and burn the precepts. If one's foundation was not strong, it was easy to become a cripple. That was why they were hesitating whether to drink it or not. Reckless. Looks like another cripple is born. Another person sneered, as if he was excited to see others in dire straits. Brotherling, are you okay? Yu and the rest asked nervously. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes and face were red, as if there was a mysterious force burning him. However, he realized that the power of precepts that had been burned seemed to have been tempered. The precepts were born again, and they were even more condensed. It turned out that this wine had such benefits. No wonder so many people came to drink it. As everyone knew, the number of precepts represented one's strength. The more precepts one had, the stronger one would be. However, if one met someone with greater talent, one precepts would be comparable to two precepts. Naturally, they would not be able to win. However, this wine could improve the quality of precepts, greatly increasing one's strength. It was similar to talent. Good wine. After realizing this, Lin Ling raised his head and drank. The strong wine entered his throat, and he was full of heroism. He had not experienced this feeling in a long time. This wine was even more ferocious than the strong wine of the demon race. He's really lucky to have survived the first glass of wine. It seems that being an idiot has its benefits too. Without fear, one's cultivation speed will be faster. The person who spoke earlier immediately said with jealousy. They still didn't dare to drink, so they were jealous of Lin Ling. That's right. I thought a cripple would be born. Another person said with dissatisfaction. Again. At this moment, Lin Ling picked up the second cup of wine and poured it down his throat. Boom! In the depths of his dantian, black flames appeared around the source of corporeal power, burning continuously. However, it made Lin Ling's precepts even stronger. Again. Lin Ling drank more and more enthusiastically. This Wendao wine was not bad. Continuous drinking? The restaurant was silent. Everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Even the old man was shocked. Could it be that this guy was not Wu Sheng's second-degree realm? Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling downed 3 cups of wine. His boldness shocked the entire floor, especially the 2 people who had mocked Lin Ling. Their faces turned pale, because to be able to drink 3 cups of wine meant that the youth had already entered the second floor. His strength was something they could only look up to. More. To everyone's horror, Lin Ling still wanted to drink more. The corner of the old man's mouth twitched. He immediately waved his hand and said, "This wine is very precious. Each person can only drink 3 cups. Moreover, after 3 cups, the effects will disappear. Sir, it's useless for you to ask for more wine. It doesn't matter as long as the wine is good," said Lin Ling with a smile. The old man was stunned. Lin Ling was actually doing this for the sake of tasting good wine? If Sir wants to drink stronger wine, why not go up to the second floor? That old man suggested. Lin Ling nodded his head. But his gaze shifted and looked at the people who mocked him earlier. He muttered to himself, "Don't tell me this restaurant forbids martial arts. As long as you don't kill, you can do anything." That old man immediately replied. The minute he said that, Lin Ling's gaze turned icy cold. If it was at the start, he couldn't be bothered to haggle over anything. But when the wine entered his throat, that impulse made him dare to raise his sword to the 9 heavens. This was using wine to move the heavens and earth. Thump. Hearing Lin Ling's words, all the practitioners on the first floor felt their hearts pounding. They all lowered their heads, not daring to look at Lin Ling. As for the 2 people who mocked Lin Ling, their bodies were trembling. "Drink the wine." Lin Ling's icy cold voice was heard. It made the 2 of them turn pale instantly. They lowered their heads, not daring to say a single word. Killing is not allowed here, but it doesn't seem difficult to cripple you. You can continue acting. If you continue acting, I'll cripple you directly. Lin Ling's voice became even colder. The two people's teeth chattered. They knew they couldn't continue acting. They smiled and said, "We were just reminding you. We hope you don't take it to heart." Reminding? Why do I feel like you're mocking me? Moreover, I'm a very easygoing person. I don't mind the first time you mocked me. But it seems like this isn't the first time you've mocked me. Lin Ling's voice was like thunder. It shocked the two people so much that their ears hurt. "Sir, please show mercy." The two people immediately knelt down and kowtowed continuously. "Don't worry. It's not easy for you to cultivate, so I won't cripple you. But I've drunk 3 cups of wine, so you'll have to drink your wine immediately," Lin Ling said indifferently. The two of them were stunned. If they didn't drink, Lin Ling would cripple them. But if they drank, if they weren't prepared enough, then it would be easy for their physical energy source to be burnt. Thinking in this way, the two of them considered fighting it out. But when they met Lin Ling's eyes, their hearts trembled. From Lin Ling's eyes, they sensed a terrifying might, as though killing them would be as easy as flipping his hand. "We'll drink." They didn't dare to resist anymore. The two of them drank some strong wine. One of them spat out blood and his cultivation retreated. The other person fainted directly. His body surface was burning with black flames. Apparently, the two of them had failed. Whether they would become cripples or not would depend on when they woke up. So vicious. Many people subconsciously looked towards Lin Ling. They were certain that Lin Ling wasn't Wu Sheng's second-degree realm cultivation. "Let's go, prepare to go up to the second story." Ignoring the surrounding gazes, Lin Ling looked at Yu and the rest and smiled. Yu and the rest pondered for a moment and raised their wine cups to drink. Instantly, the two ladies emitted a terrifying might, making everyone on the first story suck in a breath of cold air. What a terrifying aura. Where did these people come from? Why hadn't they seen them before? Even the elderly on the first story was extremely astonished. But Yu and the rest's cultivation was high, so they weren't used to it initially. But very soon, they weren't affected and instead, their cultivations improved by a notch. "We can go up to the second story now." Lin Ling wasn't surprised by this result. He led the two ladies up to the second story. After the three of them left, the first story hall then started to discuss. From the looks of it, they don't seem to be residents of Crystal City. Could they be from the fringe village? There's a high possibility of this. Their abilities are definitely Wu Sheng's third-degree realm. But those two who fainted, one of them is from the North Immortal royal residence while the other is from the Infinite Immortal clan. Offending them would mean offending 2 human immortal emperors. Just wait, they will definitely be chased down when they reach the second story. Those people looked at the stairs in anticipation. But they were thinking too much. Chapter 2034. The 9th level, Dao Seeking Wine? Interesting. When they reached the second level, Lin Ling ordered 3 cups of wine in a blink of an eye. Yu and the others were the same, extremely heroic. Who are these guys? How dare they? The experts on the second level sneered. A few of them wanted to mock them, but they quickly realized that Lin Ling and the rest were unharmed. Instead, they looked like they were drunk. Instantly, all of them were like ducks being held by their necks, not daring to say a word. As for Lin Ling, he went straight to the 3rd level and ignored the people around him as he continued to drink. 4th level, 5th level, 6th level. They gradually reached the 8th level. After drinking more than 10 cups of Dao Seeking wine, Lin Ling and the rest felt a little tipsy. But the benefits were great. The power of law they possessed was more condensed and there was a hint of Dao. As for the Dao Seeking Tower, it was as if a bomb had been thrown into it. All the geniuses and experts from the Great Saint regions were in an uproar. Because the speed of Lin Ling and the rest was too fast. It could be said that they reached the 8th level in 2 hours. This was the first miracle in the Great Saint regions. Most importantly, no one knew where Lin Ling and the rest came from. The Dao Seeking Tower is divided into 10 levels. The 9th level is where the strongest person in the Great Saint regions, Wu Sheng, stayed. They actually managed to reach it. They will definitely fail. Previously we were just wrong. The three of them are definitely Wu Sheng's 10th realm, so it's not strange that they can reach the 9th level. That may not be so. Even if it's Wu Sheng's 10th realm, he may not be able to reach the 9th level. It is said that primeval beginning is there. Moreover, there are many ancient experts there too. Some of them have been there for thousands of years. The entire Dao Seeking Tower was discussing Lin Ling and the rest. Lin Ling and the rest did not care at all. They walked up the stairs and were about to reach the 9th level. There are only 15 cups of wine on the 9th level. The more people who come up, the more competition there is. Scram. At this moment, three figures spoke coldly at the top of the stairs. Looking carefully, these three people were not young anymore, and their strength was also unfathomable. Seniors, must you stop us? Lin Ling raised his head and said indifferently. The people on the 9th floor are either rich or respectable. Those without a background are not allowed to enter. Scram. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't scram, I'll send you scram. Do you see the window? If you don't want to be thrown out of the window, disappear from my sight immediately. The 3 elders spoke indifferently as they looked down at Lin Ling's group. You're older, so I'll give you face. But if you insist on stopping me, then you'll have to bear the consequences. Lin Ling said again. What are the consequences? Those old men all laughed out loud. Hearing this, Lin Ling was too lazy to talk nonsense and took a step forward. However, at this time, Yu and the others stopped Lin Ling with a smile and were about to attack. It could be seen that with the help of the strong alcohol, their courage had grown by quite a bit. These 2 little girls. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Let's settle this quickly. I heard that there are only 15 cups of wine. We can't miss it. All right. Yu and the others stepped onto the stairs. Little girl, don't think that you can ignore your seniors just because you have some ability. Today, I'll teach you on behalf of your master. Those few old men's statuses were obviously not low. They were the 4 great human immortal royal family's guardians. When they saw Yu and the others making a move, they also exploded with terrifying power of law. That level of law had reached over 3,000. One had to know that an ordinary 10th stage realm, Wusheng had around 2,500 laws. But they had around 3,600 laws. From this, it could be seen that they had cultivated for a longer time than ordinary people. Today, I'll teach you what the power of law is. Those old men all said in a dignified manner, their words filled with arrogance. Of course, they had enough qualifications to be proud. However, just as their laws exploded, Yu and Inuer also released their powerful auras. One had 4,000 laws, the other had 5,000 laws. Most importantly, those laws were more terrifying than ordinary laws. Those old men's pupils constricted. These 2 girls were not old, but they had more laws than them. Moreover, some practitioners relied on the power of law martial arts or external objects to increase their power of law. But the girls in front of them seemed to have reached 5,000 laws just by exploding their auras. Papa. One by one, slender hands patted those old men's shoulders, instantly making their auras disappear. One of the old men did not believe in heresy and once again exploded with his power. But his face was red from holding it in. His power of law was suppressed. This meant that the difference in strength between him and Yu and the others was too great. Yu and Inuer both laughed and said, "Teach us the power of law?" Although the laughter was pleasant to the ears, when it landed in those old men's ears, it was immediately like a resounding slap. Those old men were all stunned. One of them wanted to say something, but Inuer had already turned cold. Lin Ling said to throw you out. You dare? Do you know who we are? We are the protectors of the 4 great worldly immortal royal families. Those old men were furious. One had to know that if they left Dao Seeking Tower, it would be 10 years before they could come back again. Moreover, if they were thrown out, how humiliating would that be? I don't know them. To the surprise of those old men, Inuer directly said coldly, You. Those old men were all fuming with anger. In the great Saint domain, who did not know the 4 great worldly immortal royal families? This was simply a joke. However, in reality, Inuer really did not know them. and Yue began to throw people out through the window of the stairs. Sister Yu, leave one for me. Yu also began to throw people out. The actions of the two women caused all the martial artists on the 8th floor to suck in a breath of cold air. Moreover, there was a strange feeling in their hearts. Although the actions of the two women were overbearing, because they were so beautiful, even if they threw people away they were still beautiful. Of course, this was beautiful, but no one dared to underestimate the strength of these two women. In fact, some people were secretly jealous of Lin Ling because Lin Ling actually had two beautiful and powerful lovers. It was very enviable. The North Celestial royal family will not let you go. Little girl, you have guts. Those old men were thrown out of the restaurant one by one, leaving behind harsh words before they left. Boring. I'm tired of hearing such words. And Yue imitated Lin Ling and shrugged. Yu also shrugged cutely. As for those old men, they were thrown out on the street, attracting a large number of onlookers. They were so angry that their faces turned red and their ears turned red. Lin Ling shook his head. He did not expect Yu and Yu to play a prank on him. He led the two women to the 9th floor. The 9th floor was also the last floor. It was said that those who could reach the 10th floor would be able to meet the owner of the restaurant. Lin Ling came here to meet the owner of the restaurant. Chapter 2035. 3 corpses, their goal was the 15 cups of wine in the center. Only after drinking 3 cups of wine would they be qualified to go to the 10th level. However, there were only 15 cups of wine, which meant that only 5 people could go to the 5th level. Therefore, although the vast hall seemed to be quiet, the competition was actually extremely intense. After Lin Ling and the other 2 stepped in, they immediately broke the immersed atmosphere, causing numerous gazes to look over. Lin Ling's expression was calm as he swept his gaze across the crowd. There were more than a dozen people here, but less than 5 of them were worthy of his attention. One of the young men was very strong and had primeval qi. He seemed to be stronger than Tianzong Shenwu and the others because his cultivation had reached level 1 martial emperor realm. The other person was an old man who had been cultivating for a long time. He was also a rank 1 martial emperor. As for the third person, she was a female swordsman. Judging from her aura, Lin Ling guessed that she was from one of the 4 immortal royal families. She was also extremely powerful. It was obvious that the strongest cultivators of the Great Saint Realm were gathered here. While Lin Ling was inspecting them, everyone was also looking at Lin Ling. All of them were a little surprised, because on the surface, Lin Ling's cultivation wasn't high. It couldn't even compare to the 2 beautiful women beside him. Who is this person? Why does he feel so familiar? One of them, a young man in a loose robe, frowned. He was one of the children of desolation, primordial beginning. Of course, no matter how low Lin Ling's cultivation was, the fact that Lin Ling was able to reach the 9th floor was proof of his strength. However, that was all there was to it. Because none of the people present were weak, and with the arrival of Lin Ling's group, there wasn't enough wine to go around. It seems that the Battle of Genesis has caused quite a stir. The experts of the mortal world are all eager to take action. They are all preparing for the tournament of heavenly legends that will be held in a year's time. However, some people don't know their limits. They think that they have the ability to participate in the tournament of heavenly legends, so they came to the Dao Seeking Tower to improve their strength. What a disgrace! Suddenly, a young man spoke in a cunning and harsh manner, and the person he spoke to was surprisingly Lin Ling. Clearly, Lin Ling's appearance made him very unhappy. Of course, the others felt the same way. In their minds, if they wanted to participate in the Prodigy Tournament, they had to be at least at the Martial Emperor realm. Although Lin Ling and the other 2 were powerful, they were clearly not at the Martial Emperor realm. With such strength, they might as well give up the opportunity to become stronger and help others. Lin Ling didn't say much. He was paying attention to the situation in the restaurant to see if there were any hidden experts. However, Lin Ling didn't say anything. Yu and the others were dissatisfied. Lin Ling was the son of Huang, and it was certain that he would participate in the Battle of Prodigies. What right did that person have to mock Lin Ling? Moreover, they had come here to ascend to the 10th level, so what did that have to do with that person? You sound so powerful. Could it be that you're going to participate in the tournament of prodigies? And Yuer said indifferently. The young man smiled faintly and said confidently, I can't say that I'm powerful. However, I'm from the North Celestial royal family, and I'm the strongest young talent in the entire royal family. I'm also famous in the sage realm. After saying that, he looked at Yuan Shizi, who was not far away, and said, although I'm not as good as Senior Yuan, he can definitely participate in the tournament of prodigies. However, as long as I work hard, I can also participate. It's better than some people who overestimate themselves. So, you're not qualified to participate now? A person who is not qualified to participate in the tournament of prodigies has the nerve to criticize others? I don't know who gave you the confidence, or is it that the North Celestial royal family is all so thick-skinned? And Yuer said coldly. Her words made the young man's expression freeze, and he was speechless. You also took advantage of the alcohol from before to say, you said before that others can't see themselves clearly. Aren't you the same? When the two women spoke, the young man's face immediately turned green. He thought that his demeanor had moved the two beauties, but it turned out that the two beauties were laughing at him. The young man did not care about being laughed at by ordinary people, but being laughed at by two beauties, one could imagine how he felt. Lin Ling still ignored the young man. He used his soul power to check the surroundings. When he saw that there was nothing unusual, he was finally ready to make a move. He took a step forward and walked toward the center of the hall to grab a cup of wine. As soon as he moved, the atmosphere in the hall seemed to be broken, and the eyes of the experts moved. Wendao wine was not tasty. Firstly, the wine on the 9th floor had more side effects. Secondly, there was less wine and more people. How dare you? The young man who had asked the others to gather their power of law immediately retracted it. That young man was called Bei Mu, and he was the #1 genius of the North Celestial royal family. If he made a move, he should be able to stop Qin Haodong. Lin Ling acted as if he did not hear him and continued to walk forward. North Celestial Golden Brilliant Fist. Bei Mu was furious and threw out a punch. His fist was like a rising sun, and every ray of light was a fist imprint. The restaurant shook, and even the experts on the 8th floor felt the pressure. 6,000 power of law. Someone exclaimed. Bei Mu was only in Wu Sheng's 10th stage realm, but the number of laws he possessed was terrifying. It was just that when this kind of strength encountered Lin Ling, it was clearly still a notch weaker. Scram! Lin Ling shouted with an expressionless face. He could sense that Bei Mu was only a 4th-grade divine rank genius. Although he had a lot of laws, Bei Mu's laws were still weaker than his own. Azura Demon King. Lin Ling punched out, his physical strength erupting. Moreover, it contained the power of the space laws. Kakaka. Spatial cracks appeared, appearing all around Lin Ling like pools of lightning. Boom. The punch seemed to reach the center of the golden light. What? The young man's expression changed drastically as a powerful force attacked him, causing him to lose control of his body. He crashed into the wall of the restaurant and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lost? How is that possible? Seeing this, the eyes of everyone in the restaurant flickered. Bei Mu was in Wu Sheng's 10th stage realm and his cultivation was not weak. He could probably defeat all the other experts in Wu Sheng's realm. However, the young man's full-strength punch had defeated Bei Mu. This was undoubtedly shocking. Of course, if they knew that Lin Ling did not use his full strength, they would be even more shocked. Not good. Suddenly, someone shouted angrily. Due to a moment of carelessness, Lin Ling had actually picked up one of the cups. It was too late to stop him now. Lin Ling had already drank it in one gulp. When the black flame wine entered his throat, it was even more ferocious than the previous cups. Boom! Lin Ling's body was ignited by a mysterious flame. The most terrifying thing was that the flame contained the mysterious power of law. No one dared to get close to it. You overestimate yourself. Seeing this, the people in the restaurant said coldly. Lin Ling was probably going to die. After all, if the wine tasted good, they would have attacked long ago. Burning the body, soul, and law wine. In the ancient times, There was a Tao-seeking cultivator who severed the 3 corpses to obtain the law of heaven and earth. So that's how it is. Chapter 2036. 3 cups of wine. Because he was rank 3 Wu Sheng, his foundation was the most solid. Moreover, he had 2 great talents and an extremely powerful body. Beheading 3 corpses, the upper corpse worm is called Preng Ho. It lives in the head and causes the person to become stupid and have no intelligence. The middle corpse worm is called Preng Ji. It lives in the chest and causes the person to have delusions and worries. The lower corpse worm is called Preng Jiao. It lives in the stomach and causes the person to desire food and drink. Only by beheading 3 corpses can one become a saint, blessed by the heavens. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He did not expect the old man to comprehend this mysterious Tao-seeking wine after so many years of comprehension. Boom! Almost at the same time, the flames on Lin Ling's body receded. This wine not only refined Lin Ling's laws, it also improved his cultivation. Still alive? Everyone's expression changed drastically. They were shocked. Hee, not only am I alive, I almost broke through. Lin Ling smiled faintly, his gaze suddenly landing on Bei Mu, who was on the wall. He moved and appeared in front of Bei Mu, punching out, but it instantly stopped in front of Bei Mu's face. The terrifying wind caused Bei Mu's hair to flutter, and at the same time, his cold voice floated out. You said I can't see myself clearly? Hearing this, Bei Mu's body trembled. So strong. Did this young man not use his full strength in the previous clash? Bei Mu wanted to say something, but nothing came out. His confidence had been destroyed. You are not qualified to come to the 9th floor. Lin Ling withdrew his fist and turned to leave, leaving Bei Mu standing there trembling. His cultivation is not high, and he doesn't have many laws. How could he win against Bei Mu? Everyone in the restaurant frowned. This was the first time they felt that Lin Ling was not simple, especially that Huang's son Yuan Shizi. He felt that Lin Ling was very familiar. Your Excellency really knows how to act. You're obviously not weak, but you pretend to be weak. Using this opportunity, you snatched the first cup of wine. I have to say, you're really scheming. It was Grand Protector Lunisolar from the boundless Immortal tribes. He had been in the Tao-seeking tower for 1,000 years and had yet to drink a single cup. However, Lin Ling was able to drink one and was completely unscathed. This made him extremely jealous. Scheming? Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked at the old man indifferently. Then I'm going to drink the 2nd cup now. You can see if I'm pretending to be weak. You won't be able to drink the 2nd cup. Everyone here can defeat Bei Mu, they just don't bully him. Defeating him doesn't mean anything. The old man said indifferently, Of course, I am very curious as to how you were able to drink the 1st cup of wine. I think you will tell me the method. Give it a try then. Lin Ling turned around and walked towards the center. He was going to drink the 2nd cup of wine. The crowd frowned. The young man was crazy to want to drink the 2nd cup. After all, the wine could burn people to death. Otherwise, why would they hesitate for such a long time? Moreover, Lin Ling was going to drink the 2nd cup of wine. Wasn't he ignoring them? Take another step forward and try. The old man frowned, but Lin Ling still walked forward. The old man finally made his move. Buddhist Butcher Saber. The old man took a step forward and instantly appeared above Lin Ling. His palm was like a saber as it ruthlessly chopped down. This saber was merciless and could kill everything. It had the power to shock the heavens and make ghosts weep. Lunisolar has also made his move. This senior has killed 10 billion people in the past. If it wasn't for the fact that he was just one step away from stepping into the martial emperor realm and becoming a big shot in the human realm, he wouldn't be here today. I saw that young man earlier. The strength he displayed was Wu Sheng's 9th stage. He can't stop Lunisolar. All the experts squinted their eyes and analyzed the strength of the two sides. Clang. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling made his move. The law of space erupted. Above his head, the old man continued to chop down with his palm. You're still too inexperienced. 8,000 Buddhist Butcher Chi. His law energy was obviously more terrifying. It had almost reached 10,000, and 10,000 law energy was the dividing line. That was the symbol of the martial emperor realm. It was unknown what the restaurant was made of, but it was extremely hard. At this moment, cracks appeared on the floor and Lin Ling's legs began to sink. Obviously, Lin Ling was no match for the old man with the law of space. Get out of here. Seeing this, the old man's aura rose. Lin Ling's eyes were opened. Although his trump card could kill a big shot in the human realm, that was only with the strength of a minor saint. His own strength was still lacking. Now, through the battle, he was slowly making up for his lack of foundation. That's not necessarily true. His right hand was still holding the sword. White flames appeared on his left hand. The aura of the King of Hell erupted. Yellow spring flame. As soon as the mysterious flame appeared, everyone in the restaurant was astonished. In the current world, there were only two people who were good at using the yellow spring flame. One was the Yellow Spring Emperor, and the other was the Son of Desolation, Lin Ling. This meant that the young man was Lin Ling. Why is he here? Yuan Shizi frowned. The Divine Marquis Mansion and the North Celestial Emperor wanted to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling shouldn't have dared to come here. The Son of Desolation? The others also frowned. No wonder this young man was so strong. It was said that Lin Ling was the #1 genius in the human realm, demon race, deity race, and ghost race. You're Lin Ling. As for the old man who attacked, he was also surprised at this moment. But soon he sneered, so what if you're the Son of Desolation? In this world, strength determines everything. He wanted to break Lin Ling's sword. But gradually, he realized that Lin Ling was getting further and further away from him. It was as if he was floating away. Then, he realized that it wasn't Lin Ling who was floating away, it was him who was floating away. The 6 paths of reincarnation appeared above the restaurant, and a powerful suction force sucked the old man into the 6 paths of reincarnation. You said that I bullied the weak and that I'm a schemer. That's why I drank the first cup of wine? Lin Ling didn't even look at the old man. The old man's face became paler. Lin Ling wasn't scheming, he just didn't want to attack from the beginning. If Bei Mu hadn't attacked, Lin Ling wouldn't have used his strength. Obviously, he wasn't scheming. Wait, I admit defeat. The old man said anxiously. He was getting closer and closer to the reincarnation flame. He could even see the mysterious black space in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Unfortunately, Lin Ling ignored him. If he hadn't been able to block the Buddha slaughtering blade, he would have died. Since the old man came with killing intent, how could Lin Ling be lenient? No! The old man roared and disappeared into the 6 paths of reincarnation. He was just a step away from reaching the martial emperor realm. Unfortunately, he had waited for so many years and in the end, he had failed. The Yellow Springs Flame, a 5th grade divine world talent? Moreover, the reincarnation flame gave me a great pressure. Lin Ling probably has the strength of 10,000 laws. Chapter 2037. Jianghu. Lin Ling's monstrous talent could only be understood after witnessing it with one's own eyes. Moreover, Lin Ling was extremely famous in the mortal world, devil world, and nation of God. Today, he was going to bring his name to the great saint domain? I'll drink the 2nd cup. Lin Ling waved his right hand and a wine cup appeared. He raised his head and drank. Many people squinted their eyes at the sight. Lin Ling had used his formidable strength to obtain the qualifications to participate. As for Bei Mu, his face was pale. Previously, he had looked down on Lin Ling and thought that Lin Ling was wasting cultivation resources. But now, he knew that Lin Ling was the Desolate's son and was qualified to participate in the competition. Bei Mu, who was not qualified to participate, was mocking Lin Ling. This was extremely ironic. Boom. After drinking the 2nd cup, Lin Ling's body began to burn again. The sage severing 3 corpses had begun to sever the corpse worm Pengji. According to legends, only by severing the 3 corpses could one become a true martial emperor. However, severing the 3 corpses was very difficult, so most cultivators did not sever the 3 corpses. The advantage of severing the 3 corpses was that it could expel all impurities, not only the physical body, the soul, but also the law. Lin Ling's law energy had not only become more condensed, but its quantity had also increased crazily. With the help of the 6 paths of reincarnation, he could release 10,000 law energy. However, he only had 1,800 law energy. Now, his law energy had increased to 2,800, a total of 1,000 law energy. Looking at Lin Ling's increase in strength, the crowd was envious. They could not understand why Lin Ling was fine after drinking the wine. How could they know that Lin Ling was a 3rd revolution Wusheng and had 2 divine rank talents? In addition, his soul force was strong and his essence, qi and soul had reached their peak. Therefore, he could withstand the Tao-seeking wine. The 3rd cup. Lin Ling's eyes were burning with passion. He's still drinking? Everyone's jaws dropped. Even primordial beginning Z was the same. He was a 1st-level martial emperor, but he did not dare to drink 3 cups in a row. Didn't anyone stop him? Someone whispered. Lin Ling was drinking right in front of them. This was undoubtedly a disgrace to them. However, Yuan Shizi shook his head. The other martial emperor also shook his head. This was not because they believed that Lin Ling was stronger than them. It was just that Lin Ling was able to erupt with 10,000 laws. This meant that it would be very difficult for them to defeat Lin Ling. Moreover, there were 15 glasses of wine. Lin Ling drinking 3 glasses wouldn't affect him at all. Looks like everyone acknowledges his strength, even Yuan Shizi. Seeing this, many people secretly shook their heads. No one dared to go up. Then let me do it. Wu Wu, the female swordsman from the celestial race, was half a step away from becoming a martial emperor. She was second only to Yuan Shizi in the Great Saint Realm. Not long ago, she was also a desolate child. Of course, with her strength, it was impossible for her to stop Lin Ling. Lin Ling also looked at the woman in surprise. In fact, he felt that Yu Yu was stronger than the woman. We have been here for many years, so we have formed a rule. Anyone who wants to drink must accept the challenge. Although you are a desolate child, the rule cannot be broken. The woman said coldly. An ancient sword appeared in her hand, buzzing continuously. Seeing this, Lin Ling was somewhat impressed. When he erupted with powerful strength, no one dared to stop him. However, this woman had the arrogance of a swordsman. She was like a snow plum blossom in a frozen sky. She still dared to challenge him. Her temperament was very good. All right. Lin Ling also pulled out his tyrannical song sword. He respected arrogant and unyielding martial artists very much. Although you are a desolate child and your strength is very strong, you should know that I am a swordsman. It is common for me to turn defeat into victory. Don't underestimate me. Wu Wu said indifferently. Since we are already opponents, then I won't underestimate you. Lin Ling said. Wu Wu nodded with satisfaction. If Lin Ling played with her from above, then it would be like she had been humiliated. However, Lin Ling did not. He treated everyone equally. Be careful, flying snow sword. Wu Wu attacked. Her sword seemed fancy, but it was very practical. There were not many laws, but they were all condensed at the tip of the sword. It was a very terrifying sword. In the restaurant, ice and snow filled the sky. The sword was like a white rainbow piercing the sun. From this point of view, Wu Wu was stronger than Baimu. Moreover, if the chief law protector really wanted to fight to the death, he might not be a match for Wu Wu. Because every battle between swordsmen was a battle of life and death. What a fierce sword! Lin Ling was shocked. He pointed his tyrannical song sword forward, and the laws of space erupted. It actually collided with the sword amidst the flying snow. Rumble! The power of 2 laws erupted, and the restaurant swayed. It's not over yet. To everyone's surprise, Wu Wu was like a ribbon. She actually passed through the tip of Lin Ling's sword and stabbed out. This sword was no doubt amazing. Although Wu Wu's laws of space were not much, each of her attacks was fatal. Her ability to control the situation is so strong. Lin Ling praised inwardly. In his eyes, the sword was like the horizon. It was getting closer and closer to his forehead. Although his godly demon body had reached great success, he did not doubt that if the sword stabbed him, he would definitely be injured. You lost. Almost at the same time, Wu Wu's voice sounded. It's still early. At the critical moment, Lin Ling quickly withdrew his sword. On the huge sword, the laws of space erupted. Clang. Wu Wu's sword stabbed the body of the tyrannical Song sword, and it could not move any further. So powerful! Seeing this, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling's reaction was very fast. Moreover, his ancient sword gave up its agility and increased its defense. Could both attack and defend. Even Wu Wu was full of admiration. However, at this time, Lin Ling did not show any mercy. After blocking the sword, he swung his ancient sword. Great creation! If this sword hit Wu Wu, it would definitely split her into two. This sword was also extremely ruthless. Wu Wu's expression changed. However, she did not blame Lin Ling. On the contrary, if Lin Ling showed mercy, it would be a humiliation to her. Snow Dance Begonia. At the critical moment, Wu Wu's figure turned into a ribbon again. It was extremely flexible and looked extremely beautiful. It was as if the sword of heaven was dancing. She immediately avoided Lin Ling's sword. However, her sword suffered a calamity. Because she had channeled all her laws into her movement technique, it caused her sword to be extremely weak. Her sword was suddenly cut in half by Lin Ling. Wu Wu also appeared on the other side with half of her sword in hand. Amazing! I didn't expect Wu Wu's sword to be so strong. Lin Ling is also very powerful. As expected of the Son of Desolation. Previously, I thought that Lin Ling would definitely lose with Wu Wu's sword. Who knew that Lin Ling would reverse the situation? Moreover, I thought that Wu Wu would definitely be killed by Lin Ling's domineering sword. However, she dodged it. This is a battle between a light sword and a heavy sword. Both have their own advantages. It depends on who can display their advantages. Chapter 2038. Convinced. June's flying frost. One sword breaks the snowy sky. While everyone was still in shock, Wu Wu had just stabilized her footing when she suddenly exploded with a terrifying power of law, causing the restaurant to be filled with swords. Moreover, it formed the most dazzling sword. Amidst the flying snow, it was as if a fairy had passed through. This sword contained 10,000 power of law. What? Everyone sucked in a cold breath when they saw this. Wu Wu actually possessed a fatal strike. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. A swordsman was indeed a martial artist who rose from the brink of death. Body of God and Demon, Azura Demon Bone, God and Demon World Creation. At the crucial moment, Lin Ling exploded with all his power of law and integrated it into his sword. He was going all out. Brother Ling. Yu Yu and the rest instantly shouted out in worry. Unfortunately, Lin Ling acted as if he did not hear them. Boom. The two swords collided once again. Ice and space laws exploded. Everything in the restaurant turned into dust. As for those below the 9th level, all the martial artists found it difficult to breathe. They immediately knew that a terrifying battle had broken out on the 9th level. Swoosh. At the same time, a black shadow shot out and crashed heavily in the distance. Upon closer inspection, it was actually Lin Ling's sword. Lin Ling's body was stained with blood, and so was the corner of his mouth. However, he still stood there. Not far from him, Wu Wu stood with her broken sword. Her breathing was a little hurried. Apparently, she had exploded with all her strength in the previous sword. However, her eyes were filled with intense shock. Because Lin Ling had not lost yet. My sword has given up on agility and speed, but its advantage is defense. Lin Ling said indifferently, moreover, you're only at the peak of Wu Sheng, but you exploded with 10,000 power of law. Aren't you afraid that it will affect your foundation? Hee hee, don't think that I'm not famous. In the 9th level, my strength is ranked 3rd, just below Yuan Shizi. As for me exploding with 10,000 power of law, it's nothing. You must know that the number 1 emperor of the 4 eras, Li Xiaoyao, also exploded with 10,000 power of law when he was at Wu Sheng's 10th stage realm. Moreover, you also exploded with 10,000 power of law when you were at Wu Sheng's 9th stage realm. Therefore, challenging the limit is the characteristic of a genius. Wu Wu said proudly. However, when she mentioned Li Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with admiration. Lin Ling was a little stunned, but he said seriously, "You saw them challenge their limits, but do you know the regret in their hearts? Take Li Xiaoyao for example. When he was at the 10th level of the martial saint realm, he was indeed able to erupt with the power of 10,000 laws. However, it was precisely because of this that he regretted it after stepping into the martial god realm. This was because his foundation was not solid enough. He was not a third revolution martial saint, and his power of laws was not able to sever the three corpses. If it was not for his perseverance and his efforts to make up for it, he would have been stuck at the same spot, unable to advance any further. How do you know all these? Wu Wu was shocked. Lin Ling shook his head. He definitely knew. He said indifferently, "I can currently erupt with 10,000 units of the power of laws because my foundation is solid. The world only sees my achievements, but they don't know the price I paid behind the scenes." After that, he was too lazy to talk nonsense. "I haven't lost yet. Let's fight again." Boom. The godly demon body appeared behind him. It was as if his feet were on the ground and his head was touching the sky. He took a big step forward and punched out with the Azura Demon King fist. Flying snow sky. Upon seeing this, Wu Wu also waved her broken sword and started fighting again. Boom, boom, boom. Both of them were injured and had exploded with their full strength. Therefore, they were evenly matched. However, everyone could see that Lin Ling was at a disadvantage. After all, Tian Wu's attacks were more agile, while Lin Ling's attacks were more powerful and his defense was strong. 100 moves. 200 moves. 300 moves. Lin Ling seemed to be defeated every time, but he managed to hold on. However, the injuries on his body were getting worse and worse. Upon seeing this, Yu Yu and the rest were even more worried. The experts in the restaurant secretly clenched their fists. Could it be that Wu Wu could defeat Lin Ling? Could she stop Lin Ling from drinking the third cup of wine? If that was the case, it would be a great honor. However, just as they had this thought, Wu Wu floated backward and said indifferently, "I admit defeat." Boom. As soon as she said this, everyone's heart exploded. Lin Ling was about to lose, but Wu Wu admitted defeat? This was too fake. "Wu Wu, don't embarrass the great Saint Region." One of the experts frowned and said. Wu Wu held the broken sword and did not even look at that person. She returned to where she was previously standing. "If you are not convinced, then go ahead. Why did no one dare to fight before? Only when I went to fight, you came to criticize me." The expert looked embarrassed and said, "Even so, at least you have a chance to win." "Yes, don't tell me you want to see him drink the third cup of wine? We've been here for so long, but none of us drank a cup of wine. Do you want Lin Ling to benefit from it? If he drinks the third cup of wine, it will be a disgrace to the great Saint Region." The others were unwilling to give up. Only Yuanshi Zi frowned and seemed to be thinking about something. In the end, he said, "It's not that Wu Wu is losing to Lin Ling, but Lin Ling is losing to Wu Wu." As soon as he said this, everyone felt as if they were struck by lightning again. Wu Wu's sword is broken. Lin Ling does not want to take advantage of her, so he abandoned his sword to fight. Moreover, Lin Ling has been using the talent of the celestial demon body. He did not use the flame of the underworld. Otherwise, Wu Wu would have been defeated. Yuanshi Zi looked deeply at Lin Ling and said, at this moment, he finally knew why Lin Ling could become the leader of the Desolation's children. What? I see. I knew it. How could Lin Ling be so weak? So, they are competing with their swords. Everyone was enlightened. They looked at Lin Ling and realized that Lin Ling was already covered in injuries. However, even if he was injured and almost died, he did not explode with more strength. Everything was for the sake of competing with their swords. This was also to respect Wu Wu. Wu Wu did not know this at first, but she guessed it after the continuous battles. Therefore, she admired Lin Ling. Now, not only her, even Yuanshi Zi was secretly admiring him. This was a cultivator of our generation. At this moment, Lin Ling smiled faintly and ignored everyone's thoughts. He picked up the third cup of wine and drank it. The scorching mysterious flame, Lin Ling's law, and the third corpse was severed. Boom. Not long after, Lin Ling's body exploded with a powerful aura. The law surged, causing the restaurant to shake again. Realm breakthrough. Lin Ling had reached Wu Sheng's 10th stage realm. The total number of laws in his body was more than 3,500, which was 1,000 more than ordinary people. This was the advantage of the third transformation Wu Sheng. At the beginning, it was increased by 200, but later on, the increased law multiplied. This was also because of the Wendai wine's addition. Looking at Lin Ling's breakthrough, the admiration in Wu Wu's eyes grew stronger. She felt that Lin Ling deserved to drink the third cup of wine. She accepted her previous loss wholeheartedly. She even saw a familiar figure on Lin Ling. That was the figure of Li Xiaoyao whom she admired the most in her life. Chapter 2039. Asked Granny. Wu Wu thought to herself. Before she met Lin Ling, she thought that the child of famine was only SOSO. But after personally interacting with him, she finally realized that in terms of monstrous geniuses and geniuses, there was still a great distance between her and Lin Ling. When Wu Sheng was in the 9th realm, his strength was already comparable to a rank 1 martial emperor. Now that he has broken through, his strength is unimaginable. Everyone in the hall sighed. This was especially true for Yuan Shizi. Although he was at rank 1 martial emperor realm, he was confident that he would not be a match for Lin Ling. Of course, if his talent increased by another level, he could still defeat Lin Ling. After all, there was still some time before the tournament of geniuses. Brother Ling, you've broken through. When Lin Ling opened his eyes, Yu Yu and the rest happily walked over and smiled. I actually haven't broken through to the martial emperor realm. I've severed 3 corpses. Not only my physical body, but even my soul and laws have been tempered. How disappointing! Lin Ling said with a frown. Although severing 3 corpses seemed simple, in reality, it was more important than any heavenly treasure. It could even be compared to third transformation Wu Sheng. Therefore, it would be strange if Lin Ling was not disappointed that he did not break through in one go this time. Yu Yu and the others were speechless. Yuan Shizi and the others were speechless. If not for the fact that they couldn't defeat Lin Ling, Yuan Shizi would have attacked him. After all, it was difficult for Wu Sheng to break through to the next realm. Lin Ling had broken through, but he was still not satisfied. Yu Yu, drink this wine too. It can increase your strength again. Lin Ling said to Yu Yu and the others. Yes. Yu Yu and Luo Feng nodded their heads. They picked up their wine cups and began to drink. If it was at the beginning, the people around them would definitely stop them. But now, no one dared to stop them. Moreover, many people secretly admired Lin Ling. Boom! As soon as the 2 women drank the wine, a 5-colored light soared into the sky. That aura seemed to be the real Tao. And Yuer, on the other hand, was surrounded by a dreamy world. There was the scenery of the northern kingdom and the starry sky. It made one feel as if they were in an illusion. Everyone's jaws dropped. Forget about Lin Ling. He was the son of Huang, so he could be safe and sound after drinking the Tao-seeking wine. But the woman beside him was also safe and sound? This was especially true for the old man who had been here for 1,000 years. Even his beard was puffed up because he had been hesitating for 1,000 years. But this girl was straightforward. After drinking a mouthful of wine, her strength increased greatly. It would be strange if he was not jealous. Brother Ling, another cup. Yu Yu said again. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Yu Yu and Yu Yang were both talented in the Shen body. If something happened to them, then no one would be qualified to drink the Tao-seeking wine. Boom! As soon as the 2nd cup of wine entered their stomachs, the power of laws of the 2 women became like a violent storm. What kind of freak is this? Yuan Shizi's body trembled. He had thought that Lin Ling was monstrous enough. Who knew that the 2 women were even more monstrous? 3rd cup. The more Yu Yu and Yu Yang drank, the more excited they became. The 3rd cup entered their stomachs. Boom! And Yuer's cultivation had broken through and her power of laws had become more condensed. Moreover, a terrifying soul force was emitted, causing everyone in the restaurant to tremble. Rank 1 martial emperor realm. This. Everyone pointed at the 2 women, wishing that they could dig a hole and hide in it. They had cultivated bitterly for many years, but in an instant, They were defeated by the two women. Lin Ling smiled with satisfaction. However, at this moment, a familiar voice sounded in his heart. "You're back? That's great." After that, a staircase slowly extended down from the 9th floor. This sudden change caused everyone's expression to change. Could it be that Lin Ling was qualified to enter the 10th floor? This made them even more jealous. "I'm so envious of this kid. I heard that Elder Wendao is an expert from a much older era than Taoist came. With his guidance, any martial arts bottleneck can be overcome." Yuan Shizi was depressed. He had never thought that Lin Ling would enter the 10th floor. Lin Ling smiled. He came here not for Elder Wendao's guidance, but to find the treasures left behind in the past. I'll go up first. If you've been waiting for too long, you can go out and take a walk." After saying that, Lin Ling walked up the stairs. After a while, Lin Ling reached the 10th floor. What was surprising was that this place was like a fairyland. There were green mountains, flowing streams, and calm seas. It was as if he had come to another world. In that fairyland-like world, an old woman was holding a shower head and watering the flowers. When she sensed Lin Ling's arrival, she turned around and smiled. "You're finally back." Lin Ling looked at the old woman with a smile. She was Elder Wendao, the mother of the great Saint Domain. She was even older than him. In the past, when Xiaoyao first came to the great Saint Domain, he came in contact with Elder Wendao and had a good relationship with her. At that time, Xiaoyao also taught Xiaoyao martial arts. Of course, later on, Xiaoyao's strength greatly increased and he had long surpassed Elder Wendao. However, he respected Elder Wendao very much. "You're back." Lin Ling smiled as if he had seen his family. "Ha, little Li." Surprisingly, Elder Wendao threw away the shower head and pounced on Lin Ling. Then she hugged Lin Ling. Lin Ling was speechless. Elder Wendao was like this in the past, and she was still like this now. Her temper was like an old urchin. "Yo, you're still so handsome in this life. Your chest, your hands, the more Elder Wendao touches them, the more I like them." Elder Wendao. Although Elder Wendao was sad for a long time after knowing that you had fallen, Elder Wendao knew that you would definitely come back because you're not a fool. You must have a backup plan. "Elder Wendao. It's good that you're back. Starting from the beginning, you'll go even further than Li Xiaoyao." "Elder Wendao." Elder Wendao stroked Lin Ling and said with a smile. "Elder Wendao, can you stop touching me?" "Elder Wendao." Lin Ling smiled bitterly. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Are you back to find the treasures you left behind in the past?" Elder Wendao looked at Lin Ling seriously. One had to admit that Xiaoyao was extremely smart in the past. Before he had left behind a large number of treasures. However, the location of the treasures was a secret that only Elder Wendao knew. That was because the treasures were not fixed in one place. They could change locations at any time and move according to the feng shui of the 5 peaks. "Thank you, Elder Wendao." "Elder Wendao." Lin Ling quickly bowed. In this world, the only person he could not see through was Granny Wendao. Furthermore, even though he was stronger than Granny Wendao in the past, he sometimes had the misconception that Granny Wendao was actually stronger than he had imagined. He even suspected that Granny Wendao had been to the martial god realm. Everything has a cause and effect. What was left behind in the past is the cause, and today is the effect. Little Li, remember, everyone's martial path is full of twists and turns. Perhaps, Li Xiaoyao's fall was one of those twists and turns. Only by stepping over these waves can you rise again. Elder Wendao looked at Lin Ling seriously, her words carrying a deeper meaning. Chapter 2040. The young master of the northern immortal royal family Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Grandma was as mysterious as ever. "I'll help you find the treasure first. After I find it, you have to chat with Grandma for 3 days and 3 nights. Let Grandma take a good look at you." Grandma Wen changed her previous seriousness and immediately said with a smile. Her smile was a bit like a female pervert. Lin Ling was speechless. Clear heaven and earth. Wind generates water vapor, heaven and earth stem and branch, qi-seeking feng shui formula. At the same time, Grandma Wendao's voice floated out. Instantly, A vast land appeared in the sky of the 10th floor. There were mountains, rivers, winds, and clouds. One could even faintly see the direction of the feng shui deep underground. Little Li, everything in the world has its own rules. Feng shui is also one of the great Das. In ancient times, there was a saying that the father is buried in a blessed land and the son is born into an emperor. That is because the burial above feng shui conforms to the laws of heaven and earth. Therefore, you will be able to learn the Tao of feng shui better. You will be able to find ancient treasures in the 5 great mountains and rivers. You will also be able to defy the heavens and change your fate to obtain the great law of feng shui. The ethereal voice echoed out from time to time, causing Lin Ling to nod. While he was watching, Yu and the others on the 9th floor had become much stronger. After a moment of boredom, they left through the stairs. Wait! Primeval Beginnings said at this moment. What? Are you trying to stop us? And you? Said coldly. Hearing this, Yuanshi smiled bitterly. He was also a desolation child and was loved by women everywhere. However, at this moment, the 2 girls were very cold to him. Your strength has already entered the ranks of desolation's children. I can't stop you. I just want to remind you that there are people who are stronger than you in Saint's big domain. If they know that you are Lin Ling's woman, I'm afraid they will attack you. Yuanshi said. Thank you for your reminder. However, you are also from one of the 4 great immortal royal families. Therefore, how do we know if you have good intentions? Furthermore, the people who know Lin Ling's identity are also only the martial artists on this floor. Therefore, if others want to make a move against Lin Ling, it will definitely come from you all. And Yuer said. Hearing this, Yuanshi smiled bitterly. And Yuer ignored him and left with Yu. This was because they didn't know how long Lin Ling would take to meet Grandma Wendao. Therefore, they planned to wait for Lin Ling in Crystal City. After all, as girls, they also wanted to buy some things for their families. Crystal City was like a city that never sleeps. It was always so lively. Yu and the others watched as they walked. Of course, they were also secretly extremely vigilant. However, what they did not expect was that sometimes, the trouble did not come from Lin Ling, but from their own radiance. TSK, these 2 girls are not bad. I've been in Crystal City for so long, but this is the first time I've seen such beauties. On the street, several figures stopped Yu and the others. Among them, a thin and weak young man stared at Yu and the other girl with a smile. This person's face was pale like a woman's. Clearly, he was too lecherous and evil, causing his chi and blood to be poor. Hee, you 2 beauties, it's your fortune to have caught the eye of young Master Bei. Come back with us. The guard beside the young man was also well-liked and immediately stepped forward. Get lost. And Yuer frowned and immediately shouted angrily. She had not experienced such a thing in a long time. Because in the sacred rainforest, everyone knew their identity, so no one dared to flirt with them. Yo, ice beauties. Not bad, I like them. The other one is very pure. This young master likes this kind of little girl even more. Not only was the young man not angry, he even stroked his chin and said. The surrounding crowd was silent. That was Bei Nan, the 9th son of the North Celestial Emperor. Although he was not strong, the background behind him was not to be underestimated. Bei Nan's talent in martial arts was average, so he was used to being a playboy. Everyone in Crystal City knew him. Most importantly, this person was very lecherous. If he had his eyes on a girl, he would get it no matter what. It was said that he even dared to flirt with a girl from the Yuanshi royal family. In the past, he was almost killed because of this. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to get lost. However, Inyuer was not a naive flower. Therefore, not only was she not afraid, but her aura became even colder. So fierce, such breaths. I haven't even said anything, and you're already so arrogant? Interesting, very interesting. Men, take them away. Bei Nan sneered and waved his hand. Swoosh. However, just as his guards moved, Yu moved. A 5-colored light appeared and formed a halo. Within it, a fair hand gently slapped out. Boom. One of the guards turned into crystal fragments and disappeared in an instant. Extreme Northern Ice Realm. Inyuer also let out a low roar. Her terrifying soul power, accompanied by frost, froze the ground. The remaining guards turned into ice sculptures and their souls were shattered. What? Beinan was stunned. These two girls were so strong? The crowd on the street gasped. They had thought that a tragedy would happen, but who knew that young Master Beinan's men would be wiped out? Speaking of which, we've seen many people flirt with girls in public. However, this is the first time I've seen someone as useless as you. Inyuer and Yu slowly walked towards Beinan. They had been trained by Lin Ling and were already used to killing people. What do you want to do? Beinan was indeed a strong person. He was so scared that he fell to the ground. Of course, we're going to kill you. Yu smiled as if she was talking about something very normal. Do you know who I am? Beinan's teeth were chattering. Moreover, his pants were instantly wet and the smell of urine drifted out. Seeing this, the crowd burst into laughter. Beinan wanted to snatch the girls on the street with his current state? What a disgrace. However, the strength of the two girls was also very mysterious. They were clearly not ordinary people. Useless. Inyuer frowned. She had never seen such a useless man. I'm useless, a big useless man. Beauties, please spare my life. As long as you spare my life, I'll do anything. Beinan quickly got up and kowtowed. What a spineless man. Sister Yuer, let's go. Yu looked at Beinan with disgust. She did not intend to attack him anymore. However, Inyuer was not as kind as Yu. If they were too weak, they would have been the ones to suffer. Moreover, over the years, Beinan must have defiled many girls. Lick your own urine back. That way you won't have to die. Inyuer said calmly. Lick my own urine? Beinan's eyes narrowed. If he really did that, the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom would be utterly disgraced. You can refuse, but you'll die. Inyuer shouted. Her cold demeanor reminded him of Lin Ling's imposing manner. I'll lick it. Beinan immediately lay on the ground and licked his own urine like a dog. This young master of the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom has no dignity at all. Serves him right. How can his feet not get wet if he walks by the river all the time? He's finally kicked an iron plate. Two heroines, well done. Why don't we ask the restaurant to bring out some feces and urine for young Master Bei to eat before he leaves? The crowd started to jeer. Apparently, Beinan's reputation was terrible. Chapter 2041. The sinister northern mammy, how dare you make us, the people of the North Celestial royal family, drink urine? However, at this moment, a crafty and harsh voice drifted over. An old woman leaned on a cane while coughing as she walked over. Her back was hunched, and her steps were unsteady as if she would die at any moment. Moreover, her face that was covered in wrinkles was extremely gloomy. Northern Mama? Beinan turned to look at the old man and was immediately shocked. Bei Mama, could it be that person? The crowd was in an uproar. Clearly, they had heard of the old woman's name. Although she was old, her insidiousness was extremely famous in Crystal City. Most importantly, this person's strength was extremely terrifying. It was said that he was only inferior to the 4 human immortal realm giants. Young Master Bei, you're really a piece of trash. You're not good at martial arts and the old master will give you whatever you want. You can live a happy life. Our northern immortal royal family can afford to raise a piece of trash like you. However, it's not a small matter if you embarrass the royal family. The northern granny's voice was sharp, like the cry of a nighthawk. North Mama, please spare my life. It's not that I'm useless, it's just that those two ladies are too strong. Some of my guards are in Wu Sheng's 10th stage realm, but they're not their match. Beinan kept kowtowing. He seemed to be very afraid of North Mama. Really? The North Mammy said in a strange tone as she stared at Yu and the other girl. Yu and the others felt as if they were being stared at by a venomous snake. The old woman's strength was terrifying. She had probably reached the 4th level of the Martial Emperor realm. Yes, absolutely. I, Beinan, would never dare to lie to you. Beinan said. You wouldn't dare to lie to me. The North Granny nodded. Her words made Beinan smile. thinking that he had escaped a disaster. But soon, the North Granny's voice floated out. However, drinking urine on the street is a disgrace to the North Immortal royal family. This is not a light crime. With that, she stretched out her skinny hand and grabbed Bainan's left arm. Northern Immortal blood corrosion. Bainan's body twitched as he begged for mercy. His left arm had turned into a pile of flesh. The northern deity eats flesh. His hand grabbed Bainan's right arm, and in an instant his right arm was reduced to a pile of bones. Northern Immortal Shirgu. Bainan slammed his palm on his spine, and all of a sudden, all of his bones melted away, rendering him a cripple. The whole street was filled with Bainan's miserable cries, causing countless people to feel a chill in their hearts. What a cruel method. Bay mama, spare me. Bainan struggled to speak. Northern Immortal soul devouring. However, the old woman stretched out her hand and grabbed Bainan's head. Instantly, Bainan's face twisted and became ferocious. When the old woman released her hand, Bainan fell to the ground and became an idiot. Seeing this, the people on the street all had goosebumps. The North Mammy was so scary. Bring her back and take good care of her, don't neglect her. Bay Mama said sharply. Then, someone took Bainan away. However, he had already become an idiot, and he couldn't be any more crippled. What kind of life could he enjoy if he brought him back? Girls, it's your turn. The North Mammy glared coldly at Yu and the others as she reached out her hand to grab them. Seeing this, Yu and the others immediately burst out with their full strength. The terrifying power of laws reached more than 10,000. Not bad. You have reached the martial emperor realm at such a young age. The North Mammy nodded. Her withered hand still reached out, but when it collided with Yu and the others' power of laws, her expression changed instantly. This was because she sensed that Yu and the others' power of laws was very strong. One of their laws was comparable to 3 of the others. TSK, I didn't expect to meet 2 excellent geniuses here. This is great, this is great. If these 2 girls are trained, they can represent me in the Prodigy tournament in a year's time. The North Mammy was delighted. Are you willing to be my disciples? No. Not interested. No. No. Yu and the others frowned. How can such excellent talents be wasted? The only way is to become my disciples. You don't have the chance to refuse. North Immortal God Fallen World. Yes. The North Mammy was not surprised by the 2 girls' rejection. She simply burst out with a terrifying power of laws. Her talent was not as good as Yu and the others, but her cultivation level was higher. Once the power of laws was released, heaven and earth were like withered hands that suddenly grabbed Yu and the others, making them unable to fight back. Take them away. Seeing this, the North Mammy immediately smiled. Yu and the others could not resist, and could only be taken away by force. TSK, I didn't expect the harvest to be so good. Such seedlings, other than me, who else can train them? When I devour their souls, they will listen to my orders forever. The North Mammy left with her walking stick, looking very happy. Beside her, someone said, Mammy, these 2 girls' talents are terrifying. I'm afraid they have some background. What are you afraid of? Crystal City is our world. Even if the giants of the human world come, we won't be afraid of them. The few of them quickly disappeared, leaving the crowd on the street stunned. At this moment, on the 10th floor of the Dao-Seeking Tower, Lin Ling opened his eyes. In his mind, the 5 great mountains were right in front of his eyes. He was surprised to find that through Dao-Seeking Granny's Qi-Seeking Feng Shui technique, his eye of time could see the entire world. For example, he could see what was happening in the demon realm. He could see the ghost realm. He could even see the nation of God. This was a terrifying ability. Shaoli, I asked you to learn this technique last time, but you refused. Now you know the benefits. Dao-Seeking Granny stared at Lin Ling and smiled. Thank you, Grandma Dao-Seeking Granny. Lin Ling quickly bowed. Right now, the Genesis battle will decide the fate of the world. Little Li Zi will definitely rule the world. However, Little Li Zi is going to participate in the Heavenly Pride competition. Therefore, little Li Zi must obtain the treasures of the saint's grand domain. Grandma Dao Seeking Granny said, "The treasure has been found. Every dog has its day. It's now in the territory of the Divine Marquis Palace." "It's in that place?" Hearing this, Lin Ling's face changed. The Divine Marquis Palace had a grudge with him. It would be troublesome to get the treasure there. The law of heaven and earth is like this. If you want something, you have to pay a price. So, you should think of a way to get the treasure. Grandma Dao Seeking Granny smiled. "Granny, are you not going to help?" Lin Ling asked tentatively. Although Grandma Dao Seeking Granny's strength was not high, it was only on the surface. After all, even Li Xiaoyao had not seen Grandma Dao Seeking Granny use her full strength. "You know my character. I won't help you with this kind of thing. At most, I will remind you that your 2 little wives have been taken away by the royal family of the North Immortal," Grandma Dao Seeking Granny said. Then, she waved her right hand and displayed what happened on the street. "Royal family of the North Immortal?" Lin Ling's brows immediately furrowed. Chapter 2042. Looking for partners. Lin Ling shook his head. "It's too far. Moreover, what kind of master would take the initiative to look for his disciple for help? If that's the case, I don't want to be a master anymore. Moreover, Grandma said that if you want something, you have to pay the price. So, I believe that there's nothing in this world that I, Lin Ling, can't do." "That's good. Go and save them immediately. It'll be bad if you're late," Grandma Wendao said. Lin Ling immediately left. When he reached the 9th floor, Yuan Shizi walked over and said, "Lin Ling, we're both sons of Huang. So, when your wife left, I reminded them. Now, you should go and find them immediately. If something happens, it'll be troublesome." Lin Ling looked at Yuan Shizi in surprise, but he shook his head and said, "There's already trouble." He felt that Yuan Shizi's temper was not bad, so he told him about what happened to Yu and the others. "This is troublesome. After all, Crystal City is the territory of the 4 immortal royal families. We, the Yuanshi royal family, can't cover the sky with one hand. Otherwise, we'll definitely help you." Yuan Shizi shook his head. Lin Ling and the Yuanshi royal family had no enmity, so he naturally wouldn't miss the chance to befriend Lin Ling. "Thank you." Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Suddenly he said, "Are you interested in cooperating? I know a place with treasures, but I can't leave alone. So, if you cooperate with me, you can get 10% of the treasures." "If even you, Lin Ling, are interested in treasures, then the treasures must be precious. I'm interested, but for now, you should save your wife first," Yuan Shizi said. "Saving them isn't difficult. The difficult part is how to get the treasures. Are you cooperating now?" Lin Ling asked. Hearing this, Yuan Shizi fell into deep thought. Normally, he shouldn't cooperate with Lin Ling because Lin Ling offended the Northern Immortal Royal Family and the Divine Marquis abode. Their combined strength wasn't something he could resist. But looking at the big picture, Lin Ling's favor couldn't be missed. After all, Lin Ling was a legend in the human realm. Although he didn't have any power in Crystal City, he was an existence in the human realm. "Okay, I promise you." After making his decision, Yuan Shizi immediately nodded. "Let's go." Lin Ling brought him out of the Dao Seeking Tower and walked along the main street. His eye of time appeared and he actually saw through the entire Crystal City. "This Qi Seeking Feng Shui Qi Qi Feng Shui Feng is." Lin Ling was shocked. Then he smiled. He saw 2 familiar faces. "Come with me." The 18 islands of the spirit tribe were above the chaotic demon sea, so it wasn't far from the great saint realm. "It's you, Lin Ling?" When the spirit tribe crown prince saw Lin Ling, he couldn't help but be shocked. Moreover, it seemed like Lin Ling was here to look for them. "This is the spirit tribe crown prince of the desolate children?" Yuan Shizi was also surprised. He didn't expect Lin Ling to know so many experts. "I'm here to look for you." Lin Ling sat down at the table. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point, inviting the spirit tribe crown prince to cooperate. It was obviously difficult to get the treasures from the Divine Marquis abode because there were many experts in the Divine Marquis abode. Lin Ling couldn't stop all of them. Moreover, The northern immortal royal family was also eyeing them. Therefore, he needed a partner. Even without the treasures, I'll help you. Tell me, what do you want? Even if my brother doesn't help you, I'll help you. Surprisingly, the Spirit Tribe Crown Prince and Black Feather Princess agreed immediately. That's good. Now, I need to save my wife and then decide on the next step of the plan. Lin Ling immediately smiled. Fortunately, his eye of time had improved again. Therefore, he could find Yu Yu and the others in the vast northern immortal royal family. The situation is not good for us if the northern immortal royal family attacks. Therefore, we have to act secretly. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Even if they sent out a small saint, they wouldn't be able to stop two human immortal giants. Therefore, it was best to act secretly. It would be even better if they could stir up the situation in Crystal City. Then what should I do? I don't know why, but I'm very excited. Yuan Shizi came over and rubbed his hands. Looking at Yuan Shizi's excited look, Lin Ling was speechless. Yuan Shizi was a guy who looked cold on the surface but was secretly passionate on the inside. He was a guy who wanted to see the world in chaos. Then, Lin Ling said in a low voice. Everyone nodded. What made them speechless was that other than Yuan Shizi, the Spirit Tribe Crown Prince also seemed to be very excited. This group of guys wanted to see the world in chaos. After the plan was roughly explained, everyone left and went to carry it out excitedly. At night, Crystal City was still bustling with noise and excitement. Lin Ling wore a mask and walked alone. The streets around him were filled with discussions from time to time. However, Lin Ling ignored all of them. His eye of time was looking ahead. In fact, he was also looking at the entire Crystal City. Ghost Tribe? And it seems to be the son of the Ghost King? Interesting, this boundary city is getting more and more lively. There are also sons of Demon Tribe experts over there. Could it be that these fellows are here because of my treasure? But that's not very likely. No one should know where my treasure is. A storm is brewing in Crystal City. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Suddenly, more plans appeared in his mind, which made him laugh. The northern immortal royal family was located in the north of Crystal City. It occupied a vast area and was divided into the main family and the branch family. The security here was as strict as the imperial city. Moreover, there were many martial emperor experts hidden here. On top of a mountain, Lin Ling looked down at the buildings below. If he were to force his way into that place, it would definitely be troublesome. Then, Lin Ling disappeared on the spot. Using the Eye of Time, he entered the northern immortal royal family like a ghost. This place was like a maze. It was obviously difficult to find Yu Yu and the others. However, it was not a problem for Lin Ling. After spending an hour, Lin Ling finally saw Yu Yu and the others. Then, he continued to move forward. At this moment, in a basement of the northern immortal royal family, there was a green boundary array. Two women were standing in the array. They were Yu Yu and the others. Sister Yu, what should we do? That old witch is very powerful and she hid us. I'm afraid that Brother Ling won't be able to find us. Thus, even if we find them, it will be very difficult to take them away from the northern immortal royal family. Yes. Yu Yu and the others whispered. Their faces were full of uneasiness. They were afraid that they would implicate Lin Ling. Stop dreaming. No matter where you come from, once you enter the northern immortal royal family, you will never be able to leave, even if you are a giant of the human realm. Crystal City is the territory of the 4 human immortal royal families. No one is allowed to behave atrociously here. The guards said indifferently. If the 2 beauties were not the Northern Granny's people, they would have attacked them immediately because the 2 women were too beautiful. Unfortunately, we can only look and not touch them. I heard that the Northern Granny wants to devour their souls. If the Northern Granny is in a good mood, she might reward us with these 2 women. Yes, the Northern Granny only cares about their talents. Even if these 2 women accompany us for a night, we can die in peace. Chapter 2043. Battle of the Dragons and Tigers. At this time, footsteps suddenly came from the basement, causing the faces of the guards to change. Could it be that the North Mama had returned? You're not even allowed to look at my woman, let alone have any thoughts about her. However, to their surprise, the person who entered the basement was a handsome young man. This person was wearing a blue and white robe and a mask. He looked extremely mysterious. Who are you? The guards furrowed their brows as if they were facing a great enemy. This was the North Granny's secret chamber. How did this young man find this place? The one who wants your lives. The person who came was Lin Ling. Then he swung his sword and instantly beheaded a few guards, leaving only one person alive. The North Celestial Emperor doesn't have the final say in Crystal City. As for the remaining person, Lin Ling didn't kill him. Instead, he crippled him with a punch. Then, he arrived in front of the green barrier. His hands moved rapidly, breaking the barrier. Brother Ling. Yu and the others were extremely surprised. They never thought that Lin Ling would find this place. Let's leave first. Lin Ling didn't explain anything and just smiled. He glanced around the basement and found that there were many treasures. He might as well plunder them all and wrote a few words on the wall before he left. Heroes of the Lulin are elusive, robbing the rich to help the poor. Yu and the others couldn't help but laugh when they saw those words. Was Lin Ling treating the North Celestial royal family as his own backyard? However, Lin Ling hurriedly took them away. 15 minutes after Lin Ling left, a figure appeared in the basement. She was holding onto a walking stick and coughing as she walked. It was the North Granny. However, when she entered, the mess in the basement made her so angry that she almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Her people were all dead. The barrier she had set up had been broken. Most importantly, the treasures she had collected over the years had all been plundered. As for the two disciples she had snatched back, they had disappeared without a trace. Who is it? The Northern Granny's old face turned malevolent. This was the first time in her life that she had been so angry. Nanny. At this moment, one of the guards who was still alive spoke with great difficulty. You're still alive? The North Granny stretched out her right hand and grabbed the guard's head. She then searched his soul and saw a mysterious masked man. It was this man who had saved Yu and the others. She looked at the wall again and spat out another mouthful of blood. The heroes of the forest were elusive, and they robbed the rich to help the poor. Such words were undoubtedly very ironic. Did she think that she, Bei Mama, was the landlord? This person said that Crystal City is not the North Deity Emperor's world. The only people who dare to say that are the three immortal royal families. Moreover, he said that the two women were his women. Since he dared to speak in such a domineering manner, he must be one of the three human immortal royal families. Hero of the forest? Could it be an archer from the divine constabulary? They are indeed elusive. Very well, Divine Marquis Manor, the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom has never interfered with your business, but you've taken the initiative to attack. The North Granny smashed her walking stick on the ground. She was furious. The two women's talents were terrifying. They could decide the Genesis battle, so the Divine Marquis Manor would definitely not miss it. Moreover, the whole street saw what happened today, so the Divine Marquis Manor might have heard about it too. I must inform the North Deity Emperor about this. She immediately left the basement. Almost at the same time, in the vast Crystal City, the Divine Marquis Manor's marketplace was also plundered today. Those marketplaces mainly sold natural treasures. Or you? How dare you? The experts in the market were extremely surprised. There were actually people who dared to provoke the Divine Marquis Manor in Crystal City? Dare? You came to the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom to rob people, why don't you say that you're brave? Brothers, let's rob them. There were only 3 people, but they were extremely powerful. Even the ordinary 10th degree Wu Sheng was no match for them. Royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom, you've gone too far. The experts in the market were furious. They had never interfered with the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom. Today, the veil was finally broken? Hero of the forest? Elusive and elusive? What a joke. After the 3 of them robbed, they left words on the wall and disappeared without a trace. The 3 of them were Yuan Shizi and the others. Moreover, They were extremely agitated at this moment. In just half an hour, the other market was robbed again. In just one night, there were more than 10 markets that were robbed. The losses were heavy. When the news spread to the Divine Marquis Manor, the entire Divine Marquis Manor was furious. A mysterious dragon that shows its head but not its tail? What is the meaning of this? Do you think the Divine Marquis Manor is a pushover? This is too much. The Divine Marquis's face was extremely cold. He was so angry that he broke more than 10 teacups. My lord, this is a little strange. The royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom has always treated us with respect. It's impossible for them to attack us. I suspect that someone is trying to take advantage of the situation. You mean the royal family of the Infinite Celestial Kingdom? Very likely. Whether this is the case or not, it depends on how the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom explains it to us. If their attitude is good and they clarify the facts, then someone is indeed trying to take advantage of the situation. The Divine Marquis's eyes darkened. The same thing happened to the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, the North Celestial King smashed the teacup in his hand. He was so angry that he paced back and forth in the living room. My lord, those two girls have the legendary Shen body. If I devour their souls, those two girls could represent the future of the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom. However, the Divine Marquis Manor is too much. They broke into our manor, stole the girls, and even left a message. The North Granny lowered her head and said, Divine Marquis, do you really want to force us to break off our relationship? The North Celestial King's face became even colder. Anyone would be furious if two seedlings were snatched away out of the blue. Not only that, the Divine Constabulary even dared to leave such an arrogant message? This was an insult to their dignity. My lord, the people of the Divine Marquis Manor are here to see you. At this moment, a guard reported. Let him in. The North Celestial King suppressed his anger. The people of the Divine Marquis Manor came at the right time. This meant that they must have something to do with the kidnapping. Therefore, he wanted to see how the people of the Divine Marquis Manor would explain it to him. A middle-aged man strode in with his hands behind his back. He raised his chin high and looked extremely noble. Seeing this, the North Celestial King's suppressed anger boiled again. How dare they be so arrogant after stealing their girls? The middle-aged man stared at the North Celestial King and was also secretly angry. The North Celestial King had robbed their market. Now that he came personally, the North Celestial King did not welcome him? This attitude was too bad. Don't you think you should say something to apologize? Or should I say that this is all a misunderstanding? The middle-aged man immediately said coldly, Apologize? Misunderstanding. The North Celestial King could not hold it in anymore. They came to the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom to steal their girls and even left a message arrogantly. The royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom wanted to ask for an explanation, but the other party wanted them to apologize? Was there such a logic in this world? He took a step forward, grabbed the middle-aged man and gave him a dozen slaps. Chapter 2044. Fishing in Troubled Waters. Pa. If it wasn't for the fact that the North Celestial Emperor still wanted that middle-aged man to go back and report the news, he would have already killed him. The middle-aged man was stunned. The royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom had robbed their market. He had come here today to ask for an explanation, but in the end, the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom had beaten him directly, especially in the face. This was simply going too far. North Deity Emperor, you're shameless. The middle-aged man roared. Don't think that Crystal City was dominated by the Northern Immortal royal family. Their Divine Marquis Manor was not a pushover either. Tell Shenhe Zi whatever tricks he wants to play, go ahead, this matter is not over yet. The North Deity Emperor slapped the middle-aged man out of the hall and disappeared into the distance like a shooting star. The middle-aged man spat out dozens of mouthfuls of blood, but he was furious. After he returned to the Divine Marquis Mansion with serious injuries, he exaggerated the story. Without a doubt, the Divine Marquis Mansion was furious. because the divine constabulary had already given him face by personally coming to ask for an explanation, but in the end, they were slapped in the face? All right, my divine constabulary will play with you. This was the first time Shenhou Zi was so angry in his life. It was also the first time he met such an unreasonable person. He wanted to see why the royal family was so arrogant. Without a doubt, from tonight onwards, Crystal City would be in complete chaos. The terrifying atmosphere of a storm made everyone in the city feel as if they were facing a great enemy. However, this storm was still too small for Lin Ling's group. At this moment, Lin Ling brought Yu and the others towards the ghost young master and the son of the devil expert. They were all wearing masks to hide their identities, making it impossible for others to see through them. As for this move, it was to make the waters of Crystal City even more chaotic. This way, Lin Ling would be able to fish in troubled waters and obtain the treasures hidden in the divine Marquis mansion. Who are you and why did you kill us? Those young masters of the ghost race had come here in a low-key manner, but they did not expect that their identities would be seen through by the strong practitioners. In fact, they were also very depressed. They had just arrived in the human world, so they were traveling everywhere. However, they met the Grim Reaper in Crystal City. You're here to steal the treasures I hid in the North Immortal royal family, right? Dream on. Lin Ling said with his mask on. With a slash of his sword, the young master from the ghost race turned into smoke and disappeared from the earth. I won't let you off. This young master of the ghost clan clearly had some background. Although he was killed, he did not die. It was as if he was a soul. I'm waiting for you not to let me go. A smile appeared under Lin Ling's mask, and he left in a carefree manner. After that, he'd gone to kill the son of an expert from the devil race. Obviously, such actions had completely infuriated the devil race and ghost race. Although the demon race experts were also doubtful about Lin Ling's origins, only the 4 immortal imperial clans dared to be so bold in Crystal City. Therefore, they somewhat trusted Lin Ling's words. Most importantly, they heard the word treasure. Could it be that the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom had found the treasure left behind by some powerful cultivator and had decided to kill all the unnecessary people in order to eliminate the competitors? In an instant, the ghost race and demon race were both enraged and tempted. Many experts rushed towards Crystal City. This caused the water in Crystal City to become even more chaotic. A huge storm was brewing. The demon race and ghost race had a huge army. Moreover, in Crystal City, there were rumors that a treasure had appeared in Crystal City. All of a sudden, the experts of the godly kingdom became restless as well. This is great. Right now, the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom has become the focus. No matter how they try to hide it, I'm afraid no one will believe them. Treasures move people's hearts. The demon race and ghost race experts will definitely use the fact that their own people were killed as an excuse to force the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom. Lin Ling, we've made such a big fuss. Now that we've accomplished our goal, what should we do next? In an inn, Yuanshi Zi and the crown prince of the spirit race looked at Lin Ling and asked, "The water is starting to get messy. Let's start to fish in troubled waters. The goal of this trip is the treasures of the divine Marquis mansion. Once the worldly immortal giant leaves, we will start to move." Lin Ling said calmly. Divine Marquis Palace. Yuanshi Zi and the others' hearts skipped a beat. If it wasn't for Lin Ling messing up their plans, it would be impossible to get the treasure there. Lin Ling's name was Mad God. However, he was not as reckless as they thought. In fact, he was extremely smart. Let's wait and see. Lin Ling toyed with the wine glass in his hand as he looked into the distance through the window. At this moment, in the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom, a large number of experts had gathered in the main hall. They were all looking at the North Celestial King. The North Celestial King's face was still filled with anger. In fact, he still did not understand why the Divine Marquis Palace would provoke him. Moreover, he had already given them face by not going to the Divine Marquis Palace to ask for the girls. Who knew that the people from the Divine Marquis Palace would be so shameless? "Master, why don't I go to the Divine Marquis Palace to ask for the reason?" The North Granny said respectfully. She felt that ever since the two girls were captured, the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom had been in bad luck. "Alright, you can go ask the Divine Marquis." The North Celestial King nodded. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to break off relations with the Divine Marquis Palace. The North Granny left immediately while the other experts spoke. "My lord, something is wrong with Crystal City. It seems like many experts from the demon race and ghost race have appeared. I heard that they are looking for some treasure. They are really fucking messing around." Hearing that, the North Celestial King frowned even more. Unlucky things were happening one after another. Boom. However, at this moment, the entire royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom was in an uproar. The North Celestial King's expression changed as he rushed out of the main hall. In the sky, a huge arrow was shot over. It pierced through a large number of buildings and destroyed half of the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom. An arrow? Isn't that the symbol of the Divine Marquis Palace? Old Devil Marquis, you are courting death. The North Celestial King was furious. He had already guessed who that person was. "Old North Celestial, you have some guts. How dare you touch my territory?" In the sky, a man in a black robe appeared. It was the Divine Marquis. "I haven't even said that you have guts. How dare you say that I have guts? Do you think that there is no one in the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom? Let's fight." The North Celestial King's beard was fluttering. He took a step forward and appeared in the sky. A terrifying power of law erupted. Right now, the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom was being destroyed. This was witnessed by the entire city. If he did not do anything, the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom would lose face. The experts of the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom also rushed out. Mysterious dragon's whereabouts? What an arrogant message. I would like to see what kind of divine dragon you are. Fuck you. Robbing the rich to help the poor. You are the first to rob people with such a good reason. Let's fight. The experts of the Divine Marquis Palace also moved out. Today, they must not lose face. Otherwise, if others were to rob their market, the Divine Marquis Palace would not be able to stay in Crystal City. Boom, 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 boom. A terrifying battle broke out in the north of Crystal City, shocking the entire city. As for the Yuanshi royal family and the two giants of the Immortal race, they were watching the show with smiles on their faces. Divine Marquis, you fucking sneak attack? Chapter 2045. Treasure in hand. This is the consequence of offending my Divine Lord Manor. Let me tell you, if you don't apologize today, I will shoot you until you have no face to see anyone. In the distance, Shenhou smiled faintly with an indescribable pride. Suppressing the North Deity Emperor in front of the entire city was also a supreme honor. Apologize? The North Deity Emperor was so angry that he almost vomited bile. What did they do wrong? Two geniuses had been snatched away, yet they still had to apologize? The heavenly island appeared in the sky. The island was like a huge dark cloud that was thrown out by the North Celestial Emperor. Rumble. As the island crashed down, there were countless casualties and screams of agony could be heard. Regardless of whether it was the North Deity Emperor or the people of the Divine Lord Manor, all of them were severely injured. Even Shenhou was smashed by the huge island until he vomited blood and his clothes were torn. Motherfucker, how dare you touch me? Thus, the Divine Marquis became even angrier. The two worldly immortal stage giants fought fiercely, and the Crystal City seemed to have been destroyed. In the distance, Lin Ling looked at this scene and couldn't help but laugh. It's very lively. We should move. With that, he brought Yu and the rest towards the Divine Lord Manor. While they were on the move, the battle at the Royal North Immortal Tribe was already in full swing. The Royal North Immortal Tribe was also completely destroyed. The two human immortal imperial clans' faces were bruised and swollen. They were either dead or injured. The North Celestial Emperor and the Deity Marquis both stopped fighting and panted from afar. However, both of them didn't like each other. North Deity Emperor, do you feel pain now? I know your whole family. Shenhou, if you don't give me an explanation today, I, the northern deity, will not live under the same sky as you. Hand it over to your mother. You robbed my market for no reason, and I still want you to give me an explanation. The two of them were cursing at each other, but they gradually realized that something was wrong. Don't talk nonsense. When did I loot your market? You, on the other hand, are the one who should give me an explanation for coming to the royal family of the North Celestial Kingdom to steal people. Rob your whole family? Do you think I'm that free? Or is the North Immortal royal family prettier? I feel like vomiting whenever I see you, let alone going to the North Celestial royal family to snatch her away. Are you serious? Why would I, the divine Markai? Then what the fuck are you fighting for? After the two of them talked, they suddenly felt depressed. After fighting for so long, they didn't seem to have any reason to attack. North Celestial Emperor, are you sure you didn't rob my market? Am I that free? Facing the questioning of the Divine Lord Mansion, the North Deity Emperor suddenly felt like he was being toyed with. Shenhe Child was the same, he stood there like a fool. The two of them looked at each other's bruised and swollen faces, then looked at the ground in a sorry state, and suddenly had the urge to vomit blood. What made them even more depressed was that all the cultivators in the city were also talking about it. Why are they fighting? It seems like they don't have any reason to attack. It seems like they have fought for nothing. Pooh. Many people couldn't help but laugh. How could there be such a foolish person? Moreover, this person was a human immortal. The laughter was so loud that the North Immortal Emperor and the North Immortal Emperor wished they could dig a hole and hide in it. Especially the North Immortal Emperor. Not only was he depressed, he was even more aggrieved because his North Immortal royal clan had been destroyed. How unlucky! However, this wasn't the end of it. North Immortal Emperor, shouldn't you give us an explanation for killing the people of the ghost race? I heard that your North Immortal royal clan has a treasure. Are you trying to take it all for yourself? A large number of people from the ghost race and demon race appeared and said coldly, "Who the fuck framed me?" The North Immortal Emperor could no longer hold back his anger. Unlucky things kept happening one after another. Who did he, the North Immortal Emperor, offend? No matter what, you have to give us an explanation today. The expert from the ghost race said cruelly. Today, not only did he have to give an explanation, he also wanted to get the treasure. The demon race emperor also shouted angrily. Fighting again? The North Immortal Emperor was even more depressed. While the battle was going on in the north of Crystal City, the Divine Lord Mansion was extremely quiet. However, at this moment, a few people wearing masks appeared in the mansion. Who are you? Someone in the mansion shouted angrily. They could see that these people were very mysterious. Hee, people looking for the treasure. Lin Ling smiled and threw out a punch. All the guards were smashed into the wall, and the wall was sent flying. There were no experts in the Divine Lord Mansion at the moment. Therefore, if Lin Ling did not barge in, he would be too cautious. Let's go in. After leading the few people into the mansion, Lin Ling used the chi-seeking wind and cloud art to search for the treasure hidden in the ground. Yu and the rest were in charge of blocking the guards. Not long after, Lin Ling finally smiled. He came to a rockery and formed a complicated barrier with both hands. Then, the rockery exploded. Wind and water dragons shot up to the sky. Those were the dragons of Feng Shui. Seeing this, Lin Ling took out the tyrannical song sword and slashed at the ground. Rumble! The ground was cut open like tofu. Gradually, a misty river appeared in the depths. Upon closer inspection, it was not a river, but a large amount of misty qi. Those were the qi of Feng Shui. Around the river, there were a lot of treasures. Although they were old, they were still rich in spiritual qi. Looking at the treasures, Lin Ling smiled. They were the treasures left behind by Li Xiaoyao. There really are treasures. That's the hibiscus immortal fruit, a specialty of the saint's great domain. Eating it can give birth to 300 power of law. Heavens, I actually saw it here. That saber looks like a 4-star immortal weapon. Brother Ling, I want that sword. Yu and the rest came to the side of the big hole and looked down excitedly. As for Yuanshi Zi and the rest, it was as if they were struck by lightning. Because there were so many treasures, their entire immortal royal family could not compare. Collect your own treasures and end this quickly. Lin Ling smiled. Without wasting any time, he waved his right hand and a large number of treasures flew into his purple mansion. Moreover, the Yellow Spring Army was equipped with a 3-star immortal weapon. Without a doubt, the Yellow Spring Army's strength had greatly increased. They might be able to fight against the giants of the mortal world. With these treasures, who can beat me in the prodigy competition? Lin Ling's eyes were burning. His purpose in coming to the saint's great domain was accomplished. Everyone quickly collected the treasures and then went to the divine marquee mansion. However, just as they walked out of the door, an old woman descended from the sky and looked at them blankly. It was the North Granny. Why are you all here? Were you really kidnapped by the divine marquee mansion? The North Granny was shocked, extremely shocked. Looking at the sinister old woman, Lin Ling was stunned. However, he smiled faintly and said, I'm sorry, the one who kidnapped you and the rest was not the divine marquee mansion, it was me. The North Granny was even more shocked. Who is this person? However, what shocked her even more was what happened next. I'm sorry, the one who robbed the market of the divine marquee mansion was also us. Because the divine marquee mansion has real treasures, but there are too many experts. It's difficult for us to enter and take them. Therefore, someone had to stop the divine marquee, and that person was the North Immortal Emperor. Chapter 2046. Yuanshi Royal Family Boom. The Northern Granny looked as if she had been struck by lightning. She then turned her head to look at the battle in the distance and felt extremely terrified. What a deep scheme. He actually made 2 human immortal stage giants run in circles. Are you done being surprised? Can you make way now? I have to hurry back. Lin Ling said indifferently. Good, I've underestimated you. If you have the ability, tell me your name. The North Granny recovered from her shock, but her expression was extremely cold. This was the first time in her life that she had been played like this. I am Lin Ling. Lin Ling did not hide anything. It's you. No wonder you're so powerful. However, you're still too inexperienced. You shouldn't have told me everything because you'll never be able to leave this place. Ha! The North Granny suddenly laughed. She laughed so excitedly that she kept coughing. I've also heard that Crystal City has a treasure, but for so many years, no one has been able to find it. I didn't expect you to find the treasure. What exactly is the treasure? North Granny walked forward step by step. Because the treasures follow the feng shui, no one knows the exact location. As for what the treasures are, no one knows. However, there should be more than 100,000 3-star immortal weapons. Lin Ling also walked forward slowly. Plop. North Mammy's heart was beating wildly. Such a rich treasure? That's great, it's all hers. Why are you telling me this? Don't you know that this could easily lead to a fatal disaster? Very quickly, the North Granny bared her fangs, her greed and murderous intent overflowing. Why should I tell you? The reason is very simple. You kidnapped my wife. My wife is my reverse scale, so I want you to die knowing that you can't offend my wife. Lin Ling said coldly. A very good man. Unfortunately, his life is too short. A terrifying murderous intent exploded from the North Granny's body. However, even though she was fast, Lin Ling wasn't slow either. He stretched out his right hand and a black shadow instantly shot out from his sleeve. It transformed into a bloody mouth and pounced towards the North Granny. Old witch, your life is mine. The black shadow also unleashed a terrifying law like a black torrent. It was a minor saint. The moment the North Granny saw the minor saint, she immediately sensed the terrifying power of the giant serpent. Lin Ling actually had such a terrifying trump card? You want to eat my wife's soul? You're already dead. Lin Ling held Yu in the other's hands and walked past the North Granny. The North Granny stood there trembling. She was surrounded by a terrifying giant snake. At this moment, she was afraid. She did not expect that she was the cause of all this. Because she took Yu and the others away, she brought Lin Ling into the Northern Celestial Royal Family, causing the northern celestial royal family to face all kinds of disasters. Lin Ling, how despicable! The North celestial royal family will not let you go. The North Granny finally let out an angry roar. Unfortunately, she couldn't stop the little saint's bite. This old witch's flesh is sour and ugly. I'm sorry, minor saint, Lin Ling said. If the North Granny hadn't touched his reverse scale, perhaps the old woman wouldn't have died. She said she wouldn't let you go before she died. Brother Ling, I'm tired of hearing such words, Yu said with a smile. Me too. Lin Ling shrugged. Behind them, Yuan Shi and the crown prince of the spirit tribe were shocked. Although they knew that Lin Ling's trump card was terrifying, they only knew how difficult it was to deal with Lin Ling after witnessing the fall of a martial emperor. Alright, I've accomplished my goal. It's time for me to leave. Happy cooperation. After walking a few streets, Lin Ling looked at Yuan Shi and the others and said with a smile. It's rare for you to come to the Great Saint Realm. Why don't you pay a visit to the Yuan Shi royal tribe? My master, the primeval spiritual being, would like to meet Lin Ling. Yuan Shi said after thinking for a while. Lin Ling frowned when he heard that. It would be better to leave now. The primeval spiritual being has a good reputation. He has a good relationship with the 18 islands of the spirit tribe. Lin Ling, why don't you pay him a visit? The crown prince of the spirit tribe looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling looked at Yu and the others and nodded. Although he didn't want to complicate matters, he believed in Yuan Shi. Although he didn't have much contact with Yuan Shi, Lin Ling was quite good at judging people. That's great. Seeing Lin Ling nod, Yuan Shi laughed excitedly. He brought Lin Ling to the primeval spiritual being. Luckily, Crystal City was big enough. Therefore, even if the North Deity Emperor knew that he had been tricked, it would be difficult for him to find Lin Ling and the others. And that was the truth. The North Deity Emperor was still fighting. Although the North Deity Emperor was quite strong, he couldn't take on so many people at once. His hair was messed up and his face was swollen. But at this time, someone shouted from the ground. Lord North Deity, the North Granny's life jade is broken. But before she died, she said that everything was Lin Ling's trick. That person said with a terrified expression. He even said what the North Granny said before she died. Lin Ling? Lin Ling, a legend in the human world? The North Deity Emperor almost went crazy when he heard that. The deity Marquis felt something sweet in his throat and almost spat out blood. However, he forced it back down. As for the elites of the Ghost Tribe and the Demon Tribe, they were frowning. However, what that person said next made the North Deity Emperor and the deity Marquis vomit blood. The North Granny also said that the real treasure is in the deity Marquis mansion. This is Lin Ling's plan to lure us away. The North Deity Emperor was already injured. At this moment, his injuries worsened. He spat out a mouthful of blood 100 meters away. The deity Marquis felt something sweet in his throat again and spat out another mouthful of blood. He couldn't swallow it anymore and spat it out 100 meters away. After fighting for a long time, they had all fallen into Lin Ling's trap. Not only did the two forces suffer great losses from the battle, but the most important thing was that the legendary treasure was also obtained by Lin Ling. Lin Ling, it's Lin Ling again. The elites of the demon tribe were stunned. Without a doubt, they roared angrily. They had heard of this Lin Ling several times. Every time he appeared, it would cause an uproar in the demon tribe. What a good plan. It seems like he's also the one who killed the crown prince of the ghost tribe. The experts of the ghost race weren't in a much better state as well, because they'd helped Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know about the anger of the big shots. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After arriving at the Yuan Shi royal family, Lin Ling realized that this place was like an ethereal immortal gate. There were cranes flying in the sky and Qilin walking around. It gave off a celestial feeling. Yu and the others looked at the surroundings filled with birds and flowers, and they all became happy. Yuan Shi continued to introduce everything about the Yuan Shi royal family. Of course, the arrival of Lin Ling and the others had also caused a commotion among the younger generation of the Yuan Shi royal family. What a beautiful woman! She can be compared to Yuan Shi. Yuan Shiguer is the #1 genius below senior brother Yuan Shizi. She's also the daughter of our master. We can only look up to her. Those two women shouldn't be that powerful. Maybe we can get closer to them? Dream on. Don't you see that handsome young man? He's obviously the lover of those two women. Even senior brother Yuanshi seems to respect him very much. Chapter 2047. Yuanshi Guji. It could be seen that Yuan Shizi's seniority in the Yuanshi royal family was not low. With him around, everyone looked at Lin Ling with admiration. Of course, there was also envy in their eyes. Ha Huang's son, Lin Ling, the legend of the mortal dimension, Lin Ling. I've long since heard of this name, and now that I've met you today, you're indeed a young elite. At this time, a large number of people walked out. The man in the lead was dressed in a white robe. His long hair casually scattered, giving people a feeling of immortality. What was surprising was that he was not old, only in his 30s. This person was none other than the primeval spiritual master. Beside him, a woman in a white muslin dress was also curiously staring at Lin Ling. This woman's temperament was like that of a celestial, and she was a first-rate beauty just like Yu and the others. Greetings, primeval Zhenren. Lin Ling looked at him in surprise, then smiled and bowed. This is too much for me. Yuan Zhenren's expression changed. He hurriedly helped Lin Ling up, which made many people gasp. They did not understand why Lin Ling was qualified to be helped by Yuan Zhenren himself. You're a legend of the mortal world. Even I have to look up to the three mysterious of the mortal world. So, it's good that we're on the same level. Yuan Zhenren laughed, which made many people understand. Then he continued, I've heard about what happened to you. I shouldn't have let you stay, but Lin Ling is after all a legend in the mortal realm. I've heard a lot about you, so I took the liberty to invite Your Excellency Lin Ling to make friends. I hope Your Excellency can forgive me. It is my good fortune to be able to meet primeval Zhenren. The other party was very polite, so Lin Ling was also very polite. Next, the primeval spiritual master brought Lin Ling and the others to a mountain peak. There were immortal fruits and immortal wine on the mountain peak. It was like an immortal's home. Looking into the distance, there were fluttering white clouds. It felt as if they could ascend to immortality at any time. Everyone sat down and started conversing with each other. Tomorrow, my primordial immortal peach will ripen. This fruit takes 10,000 years to ripen. Your Excellency Lin Ling has really come at the right time. Yuan Zhenren proposed a toast to Lin Ling and said, Guer, come and dance, let's toast for everybody. After chatting for a bit, that woman called Yuan Shiguer walked out, dancing lightly and gracefully. Under the immortal music, she seemed as light as an immortal. Good. The spiritual race crown prince couldn't help but clap. However, the black feather princess, Yu, and the others narrowed their eyes. Their sharp female intuition told them that the celestial maiden seemed to be very interested in Lin Ling. Yuan Shizi also noticed this and smiled bitterly. He was not surprised by his junior sister's action. Because his junior sister was proud and arrogant, she only worshipped the top young talents in the world. And Lin Ling was the youngest genius of the human race. Plus, he was handsome. It would be strange if his junior sister was not moved. Young master, or will treat you to a drink. After a round of immortal dance, the primeval bone child floated in front of Lin Ling. He stretched out his hand and a cup of wine appeared. From Lin Ling's point of view, Yuanshir's bone was indeed beautiful, like a fairy flying from the heavens. Thank you. However, before Lin Ling could take the wine, Yuer said with a smile. She took the wine and drank it for Lin Ling. Moreover, Yu sat beside Lin Ling and secretly pinched Lin Ling's thigh. Lin Ling gasped and he could hear Yu's jealous voice. Who told you to flirt? He was wronged. Lin Ling felt wronged because he did not do anything. Young master is so lucky to have such a beautiful wife by your side. This is the wish of all men in the world. At this moment, the primeval bone child saw Yuer's actions. Her eyes dimmed but she quickly smiled and floated back. Thank you. Yuer immediately replied for Lin Ling and poured wine for Lin Ling. She was extremely obedient. Yu was the same. This undoubtedly made the primeval bone child and the spirit tribe crown prince even more jealous. Lin Ling continued to smile bitterly. He knew that Yu and the rest did not want to lose to the primeval bone child, so they acted naturally. Of course, Yu and the rest's actions made Lin Ling feel a little proud. Hee, my daughter has embarrassed herself. However, the tournament of geniuses is getting closer. With your strength, Lin Ling, I'm afraid you'll make a name for yourself again. Moreover, I'm going to participate in the tournament of geniuses. When I meet you, Lin Ling, I hope you'll be merciful to Lin Ling. The primeval bone child did not pay much attention to what had just happened. Instead, he smiled and said. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. The primeval bone child was going to participate in the tournament of geniuses? Hee, Lin Ling, you probably don't know that all legends and giants of the human world can participate in the tournament of geniuses. As long as you get a good ranking, you can participate in the Battle of Genesis in 3 years. The Spirit Tribe Crown Prince said. I see. Lin Ling nodded in realization. It must be a rule added by the giants of the human world. Because the Battle of Genesis would decide the entire world, the giants of the human world naturally did not want to miss the opportunity. Then, Lin Ling looked at the primeval bone child. He did not expect the primeval bone child to be her father. Everyone chatted again. Because they were going to taste the primeval immortal peach tomorrow, Lin Ling and the rest stayed for one more day. As night fell, the primeval bone child became more ethereal. Celestial music drifted in the air, completely different from the chaos in Crystal City. Lin Ling did not cultivate and walked around casually. Even Li Xiaoyao did not have much of an impression of the primeval bone child. Because in the Great Saint Realm, Li Xiaoyao only remembered the divine Marquis Mansion and the mysterious ancient giant, the Death Arrow Martial God. The Death Arrow Martial God was defeated by Li Xiaoyao in the past. In the end, he was chased to the Great Saint Realm and promised never to step into the human world. Of course, those promises were just a joke. Young master, you are in such a good mood. Now, everyone in the city is looking for you, but you are here drinking wine. You are not afraid even if the sky collapses. You are indeed the mad god Lin Ling. At this time, an ethereal voice came from behind Lin Ling. It was the primeval bone child. Hee, I am in the primeval bone child. With the primeval bone child around, what am I afraid of? Lin Ling immediately laughed. Young master, you really know how to talk. The primeval bone child also laughed. Her smile could make 100 flowers dim in comparison. It had to be said that the primeval bone child was indeed a rare beauty in the world. She gave people a feeling that she was boneless. Moreover, she looked as pure as a fairy. However, her figure was extremely good. She was straight where she should be and perky where she should be. However, Lin Ling could be considered to have seen many beauties. Therefore, although he felt that she was beautiful, he would not be moved. The son of Huang, Lin Ling, from the ancient face sect. He rose up by himself and helped his race to stand firm in the chaotic world. He conquered the world in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. After that, he entered the rainforest's sacred land like a dazzling star and finally became the king of the rainforest's sacred land. Moreover, he came to the vast Xianpeng province and became famous in the human world. Now, he is an existence that cannot be underestimated among the various races. The primeval bone child looked into the distance and said. This made Lin Ling shocked. He did not expect the other party to be so familiar with him. Chapter 2048. Framing. Hee, it's already so late. If a man and a woman are alone together, it'll be easy for others to gossip. But at this moment, a jealous voice drifted over. In the distance, Yu and Yuer were strolling over. Greetings, elder sister Yu and elder sister Yuanshi Guer's expression changed as she hurriedly bowed. I don't dare to call you sister. I just hope that you don't do some ugly things behind other people's backs. And Yuer said slyly. She stared at Yuanshi Guer with some evil intentions. Lin Ling immediately smiled bitterly. He wanted to say that there was nothing between him and Yuanshi Gugu, but it seemed that the more he said, the more discredited it was. elder sister is right. Gu knows his mistake. Gu will leave immediately. Yuanshi Gu understood the meaning behind his words. Her beautiful eyes were a little moist, but she still bowed. She just wanted to see the person she admired. That was all. This was her dream. She didn't do anything shameful. Take care, I won't see you off. And Yue appeared very cold. After all, she also knew that Lin Ling was very outstanding and had attracted the admiration of countless women. However, she had to ensure Lin Ling's safety. She was afraid that Lin Ling would be deceived. I'm innocent. After Yuanshi Gugu left, Lin Ling immediately raised his hand and said, I'll be lenient if I confess. Seeing Lin Ling's expression, and Yue and Yu both burst into laughter. We do believe in you, but sometimes we don't believe in others. Hearing those words, Lin Ling's heart warmed. He held the two women's hands and looked at the starry sky in the distance. Yuanshi Jinren was sitting cross-legged in one of the rooms. Sandalwood was burning in the room and it was extremely quiet. A person was kneeling in front of him. It was Yuanshi Zi. Master, you can't. Although Lin Ling and I don't have a deep friendship, how could I harm him? Yuanshi Zi raised his head and said, Lin Ling is my absolute opponent in the tournament of young geniuses. If I don't attack him now, I won't have any chance in the tournament of young geniuses. The same goes for you. Yuanshi Jinren said with his eyes closed. A jug of wine appeared in his hand. Lin Ling is very loyal to his friends. He trusts you now. Give him this wine of Dharma ignition. The wine of burning law, the wine of burning truth, 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 ultimately turning an expert into a cripple? Master, I can't do it. Yuanshi kowtowed. Lin Ling's trump card is very strong. Even I don't dare to casually face that mysterious snake. Otherwise, do you think I would need this wine to harm him? I promise you, if Lin Ling drinks this wine, after he becomes a cripple, I will guarantee his safety for the rest of his life. But if you refuse, your hometown, your parents will all die. Moreover, you are in my Yuanshi royal family. You can see how my master treats you. You have today, it's all because of my master. Think about it yourself. Yuanshi Jinren said lightly. Yuanshi Jinren's body trembled. Thinking of the people in his hometown and his grandmother, he finally picked up the wine pot and turned to leave. He was the disciple of Yuanshi Jinren, so he had no right to refuse. After Yuanshi Jinren left, Yuanshi Jinren finally opened his eyes. Treasure? I heard it was left by Li Xiaoyao. If I can get it, my strength will increase greatly in the tournament of young geniuses. I can also participate in the battle of young geniuses. His eyes were blazing with the light of ambition. The next day, the sun rose from the east, warming the earth. Lin Ling and the others were notified early in the morning. They went to eat the primeval immortal peaches because the immortal peaches at this time were the best. In fact, Lin Ling had no interest in the immortal peaches at all. He stayed for one more day because of Yuanshi Jinren. Everyone once again gathered at the same mountain peak as yesterday. There were tables and chairs there, and the fragrance of peaches wafted out from the top. Several glistening red peaches were placed there. When the primeval spiritual master saw Lin Ling and the others arrive, he personally went to welcome them. Tsk, I heard that the primordial immortal peach is the #1 peach in the world. Even the island masters of the spirit tribe's 18 islands covet it. I didn't expect us to have the fortune to taste it. Brother, you're taking advantage of Lin Ling. The spirit tribe crown prince and the black feather princess were a little excited. After tasting this peach, they could go back and show off a little. This is the best time to taste this peach. Don't miss it. After inviting Lin Ling and the others to take a seat, the primeval spiritual master smiled faintly and asked Lin Ling and the others to start eating. One had to admit that the primeval immortal peach was indeed delicious. Once it entered one's mouth, one would forget to leave. It smells so good. Yu and the others exclaimed in surprise. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He didn't think much of it because he had tasted even more delicious immortal peaches before. It was just that Li Xiaoyao tasted it back then. As for the spirit tribe crown prince, he was even more exaggerated. Not only did he take a bite, he even licked his fingers and almost licked the core of the peach. Ha! His appearance undoubtedly caused everyone to burst into laughter. After laughing, the primeval spiritual master suddenly looked at the primeval spiritual master. Primeval spiritual master, Lin Ling is your close friend. He will be leaving soon. Aren't you going to send him off with a cup of wine? Hearing that, the primeval spiritual master's heart skipped a beat. He raised his head and looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled slightly. His smile was somewhat sincere. Seeing that, the primeval spiritual master also smiled, but his smile was very forced. Although he and Lin Ling had known each other for a long time, Lin Ling was a person with a true temperament. As long as he was a friend, he would do anything. But now, was he going to frame his friend? Primeval spiritual master, your cultivation is still some distance away from Lin Ling. After Lin Ling leaves, I will guide you well. Don't embarrass me at the genius tournament. At this time, the primeval spiritual master smiled. His words were reminding the primeval spiritual master that as long as he toasted, he would have a meteoric rise in the future. Of course, before you cultivate in seclusion, you should go home and take a look. Don't let your family worry. The primeval spiritual master said again. This sentence was a threat. The primeval spiritual master secretly gritted his teeth. Thinking of his family, he finally took out a pot of wine from the table and poured it for Lin Ling, Yu, and the others. Lin Ling's eyes flashed strangely. He felt that there was something wrong with the primeval spiritual master, but he could not tell what exactly it was. In the end, he chose to believe in his friend. Lin Ling, Yu, and Yuer, the crown prince of the spirit tribe, the princess of Black Feather, it is my blessing to have met all of you in this life. After today, we will meet again in a year. This wine is to send you off. The primeval spiritual master poured the wine and said sincerely to Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling and the others stood up, holding the wine cup, and said one after another. They had worked together not long ago. Although the time was short, they could be considered as half-comrades. We will meet again in the genius tournament in a year's time. The primeval spiritual master, don't be weaker than me. Lin Ling looked at the primeval spiritual master and said with a tone of challenge. He was not arrogant because he was stronger than the primeval spiritual master. Hearing this, the primeval spiritual master's heart warmed, but various thoughts appeared in his mind. Lin Ling treated him sincerely and treated him as a true friend. How could the primeval spiritual master harm him? Stop, the wine is poisonous. Chapter 2049. Poisoned. This was the most difficult decision he had ever made in his life. The palm of his hand was flesh, and the back of his hand was also flesh. However, Lin Ling treated him sincerely. He really couldn't frame Lin Ling. The wine is poisoned? The faces of the crown prince and the others changed drastically. They looked at the wine in their hands in shock. Even Lin Ling frowned. Senior brother, what's going on? From the look on Yuanshi Gugu's face, she seemed to have just found out about this. She looked at Lin Ling with worry in her eyes. At this moment, Yuanshi stepped forward and knocked the wine out of Lin Ling's hand. I'm sorry, I took advantage of your trust. But this wine is poisonous, you can't drink it. With that, he turned around and knelt before the primeval spiritual master. A master for a day is a father for life. Master's orders, this disciple does not dare to disobey. But to poison my friends, I, Yuanshi, cannot do it. If you want to kill me or behead me, Master can do it. As soon as he finished speaking, the mountaintop fell silent. Lin Ling and the rest looked at the primeval spiritual master. Did the primeval spiritual master want to harm them? Obviously, this result was beyond their imagination because they had a good impression of the primeval spiritual master. Ha, Yuanshi, you really know how to joke? However, to everyone's surprise, primeval Jinren's face was as calm as an ancient well. He slowly walked out, picked up primeval Jinren's wine jug, raised his head and drank it. Then he asked, "This wine is poisonous?" His words were sarcastic, but everyone saw that the primeval spiritual master was safe and sound, which shocked everyone. The primordial beginning Jinren smiled and came to the crown prince of the spirit tribe again. He took his wine cup and drank it. This wine is poisoned? He asked again. Boom. Yuan Shizi's heart exploded. How could this be? Lin Ling and the others frowned. For a moment, they were confused. Yuan Shizi, I never thought that one day you would slander my master like this. Yuan Shizinren said indifferently, but his face became colder and colder. Master, I. Yuan Shizi was stunned. He still did not understand what had happened. However, what the primeval spiritual master said next made everyone feel as if they were struck by lightning. I treated you like a son and hoped that you could inherit my mantle in the future. Unfortunately, you disappointed me too much. You were too soft-hearted and indecisive. Fortunately, I didn't believe you from the beginning. Therefore, the wine was indeed not poisonous, but the poison was in the primeval immortal peach. After saying this, the primeval spiritual master's face actually shone with a sinister light. Seeing this, Lin Ling's face turned gloomy. He believed in the primeval sage because of the primeval sage, but he didn't expect the primeval sage to deceive his own disciple. Almost at the same time, Yu, the spirit clan crown prince, and the others all spat out mouthfuls of blood. The blood was pitch black, and when it landed on the ground, it actually burned the earth. Burning law sky poison. Seeing the blood that Yu and the others spat out, Lin Ling's face changed dramatically. The burning law sky poison was a kind of fruit liquid that could burn a martial artist's source of strength. It was invisible and colorless, and even soul power and the power of law couldn't detect it. It was extremely vicious. However, this kind of rare poisonous fruit only appeared in the martial god realm. He didn't expect to see it here. The burning law sky poison's effect was to turn a mortal realm giant into a useless person, and his source of strength would be completely burned. Apparently, the primeval spiritual master had hidden the poison in the primeval immortal peach. With this thought in mind, Lin Ling also sensed that the source of strength in his dantian was bursting with a terrifying power. It spread out from the source of strength, and his source of strength was being burned by the poison. This kind of burning was not painful, and was not as terrible as the severing three corpses, but it was more dangerous. It was like a worm, constantly devouring the source of strength. Master Zi. Only then did the primeval spiritual master know that his master didn't believe him at all and had already prepared a backup plan. Father, why are you doing this? Yuan Shiguer also exclaimed and looked at Lin Ling worriedly. She worshipped Lin Ling from the bottom of her heart. They have treasures on them, so they can't leave this place. In a year's time, they will also be my opponents, so I will kill them if I can. The primeval spiritual master said calmly, with a hint of madness in his words. Lin Ling, I'm sorry I've harmed you. The primeval spiritual master hurriedly said to Lin Ling, feeling extremely guilty. Lin Ling's face was a little pale, but he waved his hand and laughed. It's your master who wants to harm us, not you. This means that I, Lin Ling, didn't misjudge you. Hearing this, the primeval spiritual master was even more touched. As for the primeval spiritual master, he narrowed his eyes. Lin Ling couldn't escape death, but he was still so heroic. No wonder he was the #1 genius of the human race. So what? You're going to die here today. The primeval spiritual master made a complicated seal with his hands and then shouted, Primeval reincarnation. A mysterious force rose from the foot of the mountain. It was the primeval chi. It was said that this power of law was extremely ancient. Although it didn't have any special characteristics, it was very domineering. When the hazy clouds and mist reached the top of the mountain, it formed a white vortex in the sky. It was a shocking sight. At the foot of the mountain, a large number of elites had also arrived. They seemed to have received an order to make Lin Ling and the rest stay here forever. Moreover, they were very excited. It was said that the entire city was looking for Lin Ling. But what if Lin Ling died in the hands of the primeval royal family? This was undoubtedly a great honor. Moreover, this would also make the Divine Marquis Mansion and the North Celestial Royal Family owe them a favor. Master, no. Seeing the terrifying white vortex, the primeval spiritual master knelt down and went to the primeval spiritual master. Get lost. The primeval spiritual master kicked him away, his face even darker. Lin Ling, what should we do? I don't think I can use the power of law. Moreover, my source of corporeal force is being continuously devoured. You, the crown prince of the spirit tribe, and the princess of Black Feather all said anxiously. Life and death depended on this moment. At this time, Lin Ling was undoubtedly their backer. I found this poisonous fruit in a secret realm in the Grand Saint Realm. I checked the ancient records and mixed the liquid of Dharma ignition. Once you are entangled by the Dharma ignition poison, no one can cure you. The only outcome is that you will become a cripple. The primeval spiritual master walked forward step by step. Moreover, in Lin Ling's primeval immortal peach, I put the most liquid of Dharma ignition. You, Lin Ling, will go from being the #1 genius to being the #1 trash. The primeval spiritual master was extremely excited. He could not suppress his murderous intent and reached out with his hand. Master. The primeval spiritual master was severely injured by the kick, but he quickly crawled over and hugged the primeval spiritual master's leg, trying to stop him. You used your disciples' respect to harm others. You are so ugly. But if you want to keep us here, you are still lacking. Oomph. Lin Ling's eyes were extremely cold. He stretched out his sleeve, and the small saint turned into a black torrent and rushed out. He opened his bloody mouth and was about to reverse the situation. I knew you had a powerful pet. Unfortunately, I was prepared. The primeval tri-chi of the primeval origin is the path of the Jade Void. Oomph. Chapter 2050. Despicable. Seeing this, Lin Ling frowned slightly. The primeval Jinren was one of the giants in the mortal realm. A minor saint should not be weaker than him. Indeed, my Jade Virtual Road cannot stop your mysterious ancient snake. Yuanshi Jinren suddenly said with a cold smile on his face. However, it can delay the ancient snake for 2 hours. Boom. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling and the others raised their heads and looked at the sky. They saw that after the vortex sucked in the little saint, it actually formed a spiral path of laws. The little saint was walking on the path of laws. It seemed that he couldn't break through the spiral path. A maze. This word appeared in Lin Ling's mind. The strength of a minor saint was not weaker than that of the primeval spiritual being. However, sometimes, there was no need to defeat a minor saint. It was enough to keep a minor saint occupied. Without a little saint, how was Lin Ling going to stop the overlords of the mortal world? At this moment, even Yu and the others could see the primeval Jinren's intention. No wonder the primeval Jinren dared to attack Lin Ling. He already had a plan. Lin Ling, you didn't think that you would die here, did you? The primeval beginning immortal seemed to be in control of the entire situation. But at this time, primeval Lord of Heaven once again stood in front of primeval Jinren and hugged his leg. You dare to stop me? The primeval spiritual master lowered his head and bellowed. A teacher for a day is a father for life. I don't dare to stop you, but I can't watch Lin Ling and the others die in your hands. They trusted me, I can't let them down. Yuan Shizhi raised his head and said, for the sake of friendship, you actually gave up your own future. Are you stupid? Get lost. Yuanshi Jinren struck out with his palm, causing Yuanshi Jinren to spit out blood and fly 100 meters away. Yuanshi Jinren stepped forward again, wanting to kill Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling and the others had lost the ability to fight. They all looked coldly at the primeval Jinren. However, seeing how ugly the primeval Jinren was, the crown prince of the spirit tribe cursed, "Old man, you wear human skin, but your heart is as ugly as a maggot. Why didn't your father shoot you on the wall? What a foul mouth. I'll kill you first." Yuanshi Jinren had never been scolded so harshly before. His face immediately turned ashen. I cannot let them down. But at this moment, a shadow came from afar and hugged the primeval Jinren again. It was the primeval Jinren. Scram. The anger on primeval Jinren's face intensified. He stomped his foot and heavily injured primeval Jinren, causing him to lie on the ground. I cannot let them down. However, primeval Lord of Heaven quickly got up and hugged primeval Jinren's leg again. From the beginning to the end, he did not make a move, nor did he dare to hit his master. He only used his body to stop the primeval Jinren. Yuan Shizi, don't be silly. He doesn't treat you as a disciple. He's just using you. The crown prince of the spirit tribe couldn't take it anymore and roared. I know, but a teacher for a day is a father for life. Yuan Shizi said firmly. Although he also felt that his master was very ugly, his principle did not allow him to attack his master. Therefore, if he wanted to stop his master, he could only rely on his own life. That's right. You treat me as your master, but I don't treat you as a disciple. If it weren't for your talent, do you think you could have become my first disciple? Primeval Jinren's face did not change at all. Instead, he mercilessly struck out with his palm. Rumble. The mountain shook. Under the palm, all the bones in Primeval Jinren's body were shattered. It was as if he was locked to the ground. Seeing this, the Primeval Jinren snorted and moved forward again. However, just as he moved, his right ankle was grabbed by an arm again. I can't let them down. It was still the same sentence. He was still as determined as ever. He was still using his life to stop his master. At this moment, Lin Ling and the rest were moved. They treated Primeval Jinren as their own brother. Unfortunately, the Primeval Jinren did not care. He stomped his left foot and broke Primeval Jinren's arm. Then, he looked at Lin Ling with a sneer on his face. In his opinion, Lin Ling was definitely going to die. Moreover, so many people wanted to kill Lin Ling, but they all failed. He was the only one who succeeded. Thinking about it, he felt proud. Sect leader, kill him. In the distance, the disciples of the primeval royal family were cheering. They were also waiting for a miracle. However, just as the Primeval Jinren was about to strike, a figure in white suddenly blocked in front of Lin Ling. Father, don't kill him. That person was Primeval Guzi. Seeing this, even Lin Ling was extremely surprised. You are all crazy. The Primeval Jinren was furious. It was fine if his disciple stopped him, but now even his daughter was stopping him? Get out of my way, or don't blame me for killing you. The Primeval Jinren's face was filled with murderous intent. Father, I asked senior brother to invite him here for my own selfish reasons. If anything happens to him here, I will feel guilty. I just want to see my idol up close. I don't want to hurt him. Father, let him go. Primeval Guzi said as she knelt down. Guzi. Looking at the seemingly boneless Primeval Guzi, Yu and the others' eyes flickered. They were not so repulsed by this woman anymore. Lin Ling was still standing there. At this moment his dantian was still burning, causing him to be unable to use his strength. However, he was still a third transformation Wuxia, and he had even severed 3 corpses. His laws and corporeal power source were stronger than ordinary people. In addition, he was very knowledgeable, so he found a temporary way to break it. It was to fight poison with poison, allowing the corporeal power source to burn. However, this required a short period of time. Moreover, there was a method in his memory that allowed him to know that if this liquid was combined with a few heavenly treasures, not only would it not be poisonous, it would also be a great supplement. Father! At this moment, Primeval Guzi shouted again. Sigh. The Primeval Jinren sighed softly. You know that Father loves you the most. Seeing this, Primeval Guzi finally smiled. Her father seemed to have compromised. She could not help but walk towards the Primeval Jinren. However, just as she walked towards the Primeval Jinren's eyes flashed coldly, and he slapped out fiercely, No one can stop me, including you. Boom. That terrifying slap landed on Primeval Guzi's body, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. She was smashed into the distance, and the blood splattered on her white dress. It was so poignant. Old bastard. The spiritual crown prince and the others were furious. As the saying went, even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. However, the Primeval Jinren did not even spare his own daughter for his own ambitions. He was truly insane. You have no right to criticize me. For now, you should take care of yourselves. The Primeval Jinren's expression turned colder. He blamed all of Primeval Guzi's injuries on Lin Ling and the others. If not for Lin Ling and the others, Would his disciple and daughter have resisted him? Your daughter, your disciple, at least they still have their own conscience, but you have nothing. Ugly as a master, as a father, you are truly ugly. At this moment, Lin Ling, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. His voice was like a knife that stabbed into the primeval Zhenren's heart, causing his face to twist. Shut up. Chapter 2051. The Yellow Springs Army once again displayed its might. You think I'm here for you? I am here for Yuan Shizi and also for your daughter to fulfill their wishes. You, Yuan Zhenren, are simply discrediting them. In the end, you will be betrayed by everyone and no one will be willing to be with you. Even if there is, they will learn how to use you and will use you in the future. You will be alone for life. Lin Ling spoke again, his words like a gem. Die. His words seemed to have hit the sore spot of the primeval Lord of Heaven, making him even more murderous. Primeval heavenly finger. He pointed a finger at Lin Ling, and the spiral laws shot out. The entire mountain peak swayed, and the expressions of the disciples on the mountain peak changed drastically. They didn't think that the sect master would actually use his full strength to kill Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was definitely going to die. Even if he wasn't poisoned, he wouldn't be a match for the sect leader, let alone now. Brother Ling. Lin Ling. Many voices rang out at the same time. Yuan Shizi, Yuan Shiguer, Yu, and the others were extremely worried. Do you think I only have a little saint as my trump card? Sorry, I still have a trump card. Lin Ling's eyes turned even colder in the face of the terrifying killing intent. A large amount of light shot out from his chest like a shadow, as if he had opened the door to the ghost world. The Yellow Springs Army had arrived. Protect the Lord. Kill. The Yellow Springs Army rode on the primordial divine crow and charged towards the primordial spiritual master without fear of death. Among them were Lord Pu, Lord Shui Wu, and the others. In the past, because they were too weak, they could only retire in the rainforest. Now that they had become souls, their strength had greatly increased. This was because their strength was closely related to Lin Ling's Yellow Springs flame. You're courting death. Apparently, the primeval sage did not take the army of the netherworld seriously. He was a LV5 martial emperor, not the Desolation's sons. However, this time, he was about to be surprised. The Yellow Springs Army held powerful immortal weapons in their hands. They attacked like locusts. Sabers, spears, arrows, axes, all kinds of crazy attacks. Primeval spiritual master's pupils constricted. Rumble. His full power finger was broken, and he was sent flying by the impact of the millions of ancient Empyrean divine crows. He spat out blood and landed in the distant sky. Isn't your dark crow only at the first level of the martial emperor realm? Yuan Zhenren opened his mouth wide in disbelief. In the past, but now that he has a peerless immortal weapon, his strength is beyond my imagination. Lin Ling walked forward step by step. Not only was Yuan Zhenren surprised, even Yu and the others were surprised. Lin Ling actually had such a powerful trump card? You've got a good plan, Yang Qi said. You've suppressed both my minor saints and myself. Unfortunately, you've underestimated my Yellow Springs Army. Lin Ling's voice continued to float out, causing the primeval spiritual master's pupils to constrict. He did not expect that Lin Ling was even more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Kill him. Whoever kills him, I'll make him the head disciple. The primeval spiritual master shouted angrily, causing the experts of the primeval royal family to become restless. If you become the eldest disciple, you might reach the same height as Yuan Shizi. I can do it. Those disciples were tempted. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent when they looked at Lin Ling. No one would miss the chance to become stronger, not even the primeval spiritual master. Otherwise, he would not have taken the risk to attack Lin Ling. Are you all blind? He even used his daughter. Isn't he using you all now? Lin Ling looked at the experts around him and said, although he could use his full strength to a small extent, his strength was greatly reduced. So, it was better if he did not fight. Hearing that, those disciples fell into deep thought. He's poisoned. He's just trying to scare you. If you miss the chance, he will escape. Yuan Shizhenren said coldly, trying to provoke the desire in the hearts of the disciples. Hearing that, the disciples suppressed their murderous intent once again filled the air. That's right. Lin Ling has been poisoned by the burning magic poison. He will become a cripple in the end. So, why should they be afraid of him? Moreover, even if they could not kill Lin Ling, they did not have to be afraid of Lin Ling's revenge. Because Lin Ling had become a cripple. You're just a piece of trash. How dare you talk nonsense? Our primeval royal family treated you sincerely, but you came to our primeval royal family to behave atrociously. If we don't kill you today, how can we convince the others? Kill him. Those disciples were ready to attack. Moreover, they were lying through their teeth. Hypocrite. Hearing those words, the crown prince of the spirit clan and the others shouted angrily. Lin Ling's eyes became colder. Among the primeval royal family, only the primeval spiritual master and the primeval spiritual master had a good temper. The others were like the primeval spiritual master. You must think carefully. I'm wrong. A 9th stage expert of Wu Sheng's realm rushed over. Senior brother Bai is so fast. We can't let him take advantage of us. The other disciples were not to be outdone. Seeing that, Lin Ling finally exploded his murderous intent. Go to hell. You're poisoned and you want me to die? Those disciples who attacked laughed wildly. They felt that Lin Ling was simply talking in his sleep. But the next scene made them know that this was not a dream. Yellow Spring Army. From Lin Ling's purple palace, even more Yellow Spring's army flew out. It was a majestic sight that shocked the heavens and earth. Those terrifying ghost army rode on ancient divine crows and held powerful immortal weapons. When they flew past, a large number of disciples were killed. Blood spilled from the sky and from the mountain top. How terrifying! That mysterious army of ghosts is too fast. Why does he have so many Yellow Spring army? Not good, I'm not killing anymore. Those disciples shouted in horror. They began to believe the words of the primeval spiritual master, thinking that Lin Ling was strong in appearance but weak in reality. But who knew that they seemed to have underestimated Lin Ling? Not killing anymore? However, Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence. He controlled the Yellow Spring army and chased after them again. Lin Ling, don't go too far. Those disciples were furious. They didn't even touch a single hair on Lin Ling's body. In the end, Lin Ling killed them until they were completely defeated. This was going too far. What can you do if I go too far? On top of the mountain, Lin Ling was like the Yellow Spring Great Emperor. Above his head, there were ghosts floating around. Moreover, those ghosts pounced towards the entire primitive royal family and massacred everything. Save me. No, why are these terrifying things not afraid of the power of law? I'm not killing anymore, please spare my life. Those disciples all begged for mercy. Unfortunately, they couldn't kill Lin Ling, so they begged for mercy. It was already too late. Look at your master. He's watching you from afar because he wants to know if I've reached my limit. However, he's afraid of my ancient divine crow, so he used you guys to probe. Lin Ling laughed coldly, causing the hearts of those disciples to tremble. They stared at the primeval spiritual master and suddenly realized that they were stupid. Chapter 2052. Who could stop him? Die. And now, the primeval spiritual master seized the opportunity to deal a fatal blow. Because the primeval divine crows were scattered, and Lin Ling was poisoned. Other than external objects, he was as weak as a mortal. If he didn't kill him, he would miss the opportunity. Primeval dragon elephant Bo Rua. The mighty power of law came, reaching tens of thousands, causing the entire mountain peak to explode. A colossal dragon elephant appeared in the sky. Lin Ling. The crown prince of the spirit race and the rest were smashed down by the rocks, but they also anxiously shouted. Right now, Lin Ling was supporting them. If not for Lin Ling, they would have died long ago. Boom. The terrifying power of law smashed down, causing the ground to explode. The soaring shockwave was shocking, even attracting the attention of the experts in Crystal City. In the sky, the primeval spiritual master panted heavily, looking at the ground excitedly. This time he should be dead. But in the next moment, his pupils constricted. In the dust, a figure appeared, standing there like an undefeatable giant. His cold eyes met the primeval spiritual master's, releasing intense sparks. Who else could it be but Lin Ling? How is this possible? The primeval spiritual master roared. How could Lin Ling block his all-out attack? He didn't know that although Lin Ling couldn't use the power of law, he could use his soul power. With the help of the law of evasion, he easily dodged his law. What a pitiful person. You thought you had everything under control, but in the end, you still can't kill me. And I can tell you, if I don't die today, you will die without a doubt. On the ground, Lin Ling softly spat out a voice. Boom. Although the voice was calm, it struck the primeval spiritual master's heart like thunder. At this moment he was a little panicked. Mad God Lin Ling, unless you can kill him 100%, you can't be his enemy. This was a well-known fact in the human world. Originally, he shouldn't have provoked Lin Ling, but the treasure attracted him. Moreover, the liquid of Dharma ignition boosted his confidence. But who knew that Lin Ling was more difficult to deal with than he imagined? Inexplicably, he suddenly regretted it. Little saint, come back. While the primeval spiritual master was panicking, Lin Ling shouted again. He had held on until the minor saint escaped from the maze. Rumble. In the sky, a black torrent swam down. It was mighty and mighty, causing Crystal City to shake. With the return of a little saint and the addition of the primordial divine crow, it was clear that Lin Ling was even more difficult to kill. Even he, the primordial spiritual master, was in danger. Damn it. Yuan Shizhenren's face grew paler and paler. He seemed to have failed and provoked Lin Ling for no reason. You cannot kill me. After a moment of hesitation, Yuan Shizhenren extended his right hand and brought Yuan Shigugu over to threaten Lin Ling. If Lin Ling dared to kill him, he would kill Yuan Shigugu first. Bastard. Seeing that ruthless action, even primeval lord of the origins started to curse. Could the primeval spiritual master be any more shameless? Lin Ling, let's forget about today's matter. Holding Yuan Shigugu's neck, Yuan Shizhenren frowned and said, ignoring the curses of others. Pervert, even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. How dare you use your daughter to threaten Lin Ling? Lin Ling, don't care about him, kill him. The crown prince of the spirit tribe and the black feather princess shouted angrily. However, Lin Ling frowned. He looked at Yuan Shigugu calmly and saw deep sadness in her eyes. Yuan Shigugu worshipped Lin Ling from the bottom of her heart like an idol. However, her father wanted to kill Lin Ling. This made her feel very conflicted. Therefore, she did not know what to do now. However, she still hoped that Lin Ling would ignore her and teach her father a lesson. Of course, it was only a lesson. You have a good daughter. In the end, Lin Ling spat out a few words. He finally decided not to attack. He could not watch Yuan Shigugu die in the hands of her father. Moreover, he believed that Yu and the rest would not want him to be so heartless. Ah, Lin Ling, you are too soft-hearted. I admit that I can't kill you. However, the tournament of elites is about to begin. By then, you will be a cripple. Let's see if you dare to participate. If you do, I will kill you with my own hands. After knowing that Lin Ling did not dare to attack, Yuan Shizhenren was finally relieved. However, he still shouted ferociously. I will definitely participate in this tournament. When the time comes, I will settle all the old and new grudges. See you in a year. Lin Ling stared at Yuan Shizhenren mockingly. After saying that, he left with the rest. He did not look like someone who had been poisoned at all. Instead, he looked carefree. For some reason, seeing Lin Ling leave calmly, Yuan Shizhenren's face turned extremely ugly. Was he going to let Lin Ling leave just like that? Who is going to stop him? Yuan Shizhenren shouted angrily. However, just as his voice fell, the sky was filled with ancient divine crows. They were like an army from hell, sweeping everything away. Help! A large number of painful cries came from the Yuanshi royal family. Lin Ling was telling Yuan Shizhenren that if he wanted to leave, who could stop him? This arrogant action undoubtedly made Yuan Shizhenren's body tremble in anger. Lin Ling was already poisoned. However, their entire royal family was still unable to stop Lin Ling alone, including him. This was undoubtedly a great humiliation. Little saint. Moreover, although Lin Ling had lost the ability to fight, he would not let today's matter rest. Therefore, he summoned the little saint to sweep away the Yuanshi royal family. Immortal realm? Let it become hell from now on. Rumble. The beautiful environment of the Yuanshi royal family was now destroyed by the little saint. The mountains fell, the ancient lakes were drowned, and the red-crowned cranes and qilins were swallowed by the little saint. It was quite a mess. All right, today's trip to the Yuanshi royal family has satisfied me. I will take my leave now. After destroying most of the Yuanshi royal family, Lin Ling said to Yuan Shizhenren with a faint smile. Satisfied? Yuan Shizhenren looked at the destroyed immortal realm and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he did not dare to make a move and could only stand there stupidly. Yuan Shizhenren, let's go. Lin Ling ignored him and shouted at Yuan Shizhenren. Yuan Shizhenren was a little hesitant. He could not let go of the shackles in his heart. If he treats you like a master, you will treat him like a father. However, he treats you like an aunt. Why do you still care about old feelings? Moreover, you have already repaid the favor you owe him. Lin Ling said again. Yuan Shizhenren finally nodded. Indeed, he had already repaid the favor. From now on, he and Yuan Shizhenren were no different than strangers. Then, a primordial divine crow carried him away. Lin Ling, where is my junior sister? However, Yuan Shizhenren was still very worried about Yuan Shiguor. In fact, Yu and the others were also very worried about Yuan Shiguor. This was because Yuan Shiguor had saved them before. This girl was actually very kind and even a little pure. She will be fine. Yes. Chapter 2053. He would become a cripple. Rumble. At the same time, the little saint swam back and brought Lin Ling and the others to the distant sky. Watching Lin Ling leave, the primeval spiritual master stood in the sky angrily with a gloomy face. He could only watch as Lin Ling left safely. What happened? It's Lin Ling. Oh no, he's going to escape. Not long after, all the experts from Crystal City arrived. Unfortunately, they were too late, so they all stared at the Yuanshi royal family in astonishment. Lin Ling is here. Yuan Shizhenren, if you knew that Lin Ling was here, why didn't you inform us? The North Immortal Emperor stared at Yuan Shizhenren and complained. Originally, I almost could have killed him, but unfortunately, I still underestimated his strength. The primeval spiritual master let out a low growl. Almost. You piece of trash. Of course, the primeval spiritual master was also very angry, because the treasure was taken away by Lin Ling, and he didn't get anything. It doesn't matter. He has been poisoned by the burning magic poison. He will definitely become a cripple in a year. He has already fallen. Ha! As if he had thought of something, the primeval spiritual master suddenly threw his head back and laughed. Perhaps this was his only consolation. Poison of burning law? This is great. I didn't expect that you, the primeval Zhenren, would obtain such a treasure from the martial god realm and poison Lin Ling. The North Deity Emperor and the Deity Marquis were stunned for a moment. Then they burst out laughing. Although they couldn't kill Lin Ling with their own hands, seeing Lin Ling become a cripple still made them feel great. They only left Lin Ling with a year to live. After a year, even if they didn't kill Lin Ling, others would kill Lin Ling. Spread the news that the human world legend Lin Ling has become a cripple. They believed that once this news came out, the mortal world would definitely be in an uproar. Then are we still going to chase after Lin Ling? Someone said suddenly. Chase? Why should we chase? In fact, if I knew who wanted to kill Lin Ling, I would be the first to disagree. Because letting Lin Ling die now would be letting Lin Ling off easy. Letting him fall from heaven to hell before dying would be the greatest torture. That's a good suggestion. I'm looking forward to next year's tournament. I wonder how Lin Ling will react when he is trampled by the 4 great clans? Everyone laughed out loud again. They laughed happily and carefreely. It was actually very easy to kill a piece of trash. However, To let a piece of trash experience the fickleness of human nature and be abandoned by everyone was undoubtedly more satisfying than killing a piece of trash. Lin Ling had turned Crystal City into a mess and caused a sensation in the city. But now, he should have received the consequences. Rumors were always the fastest. Like rolling snowballs, they crazily spread out. Human race, devil race, ghost race, and divine race all knew that Lin Ling had become a cripple. Lin Ling was crippled? How could this be? It's said that it's the law ignition liquid. This kind of treasure from the martial god world has yet to be broken. Then Lin Ling's source of power will be burned up. Trash? Interesting. Those who had a grudge against Lin Ling were all in high spirits and were looking forward to it. The Prodigy Tournament was undoubtedly the focus of attention. At this moment, above the chaotic demon sea, Lin Ling and the others did not know that the news had spread throughout the human world. They sat cross-legged with downcast expressions. Because they had been poisoned by the law ignition poison, they could feel that the source of power in their dantian was rapidly disappearing. This feeling was not good. They were all top geniuses of the human world and had long been used to the situation of being above tens of thousands of people. But now they had fallen from heaven to hell. They could imagine that when their relatives, friends, senior and junior brothers saw them again, they would definitely reveal a mocking expression. It's all my fault. Yuan Shizi looked guiltily at the spirit race crown prince and the others. What does it have to do with you? In fact, you didn't know at all. The spirit race crown prince punched Yuan Shizi's chest and laughed. Yuan Shizi sighed again. When he looked at Lin Ling, his pupils suddenly trembled violently. Lin Ling was drinking wine in a carefree manner? The spirit race crown prince also opened his mouth wide. Even if he wanted to drink, he should have picked a good time. How could he still be in the mood to drink at this time? Don't look like your parents are dead. This law ignition liquid is actually not bad. Lin Ling looked at them and laughed. Not bad? Yuan Shizi and the others were all stunned. They were about to become cripples, and this was not bad? This law ignition fruit comes from the martial god world. In today's world, no one can break it. Lin Ling said. Yuan Shizi and the others blinked. How could they not know this? However, in today's world, there is one person who can break it, and that is me. Lin Ling smiled and said. Yuan Shizi and the others narrowed their eyes. The poison from the martial god world, even the ancient giants could not break it, but Lin Ling could? Was he bragging? However, in order to break this poison, you will need a few extremely rare treasures. These treasures have only appeared a few times in the human world. Lin Ling said again. Yuan Shizi and the others sighed. Lin Ling's words were equivalent to not saying anything. In fact, it was probably impossible to break the poison. Fortunately, although the treasures required are rare, they are all in the previous treasure trove. What Lin Ling said next made Yuan Shizi and the others feel dizzy. Could it be that their law ignition poison could be broken? Brother Ling, you mean we won't become cripples? Yu asked expectantly. Not only that, but with the help of the law ignition poison, your strength will increase by 1 realm. Lin Ling began to take out a large number of treasures. One had to admit that if he did not obtain the treasure trove in Crystal City, Lin Ling would have become a cripple. Not only will we not be crippled, but our strength will increase? Yu and the others were overjoyed. However, when they heard the process of breaking the poison, they could not help but smile bitterly. This was because Lin Ling was fighting poison with poison. With the law ignition poison, he burned the power of law and the source of real force into nothingness. Then he was reborn. Ordinary people would not be able to endure this process. Ah, my father, my mother, why is it so painful to burn the source of real force? Yuan Shizi was the one who cried the loudest. Lin Ling could not help but give him a slap. My wife and the others have endured it. What are you yelling for? However, the crown prince of the spirit tribe also began to dance. Black blood flowed out of his body and he became a bloody man. He was in so much pain that he wailed like a ghost. Lin Ling was speechless. Yu and Yuer and the Black Feather Princess had all endured the pain. In the end, these two men were in so much pain that they howled without caring about their image. This was simply a disgrace to men. When they passed by the 18 islands of the Spirit Tribe, Lin Ling threw the Crown Prince of the Spirit Tribe out. Now that their poison had been broken, it was up to them now. Lin Ling brought Yu and headed towards the sacred land of the rainforest. At this moment, the human realm was still filled with rumors. Have you heard? Lin Ling went to the Saint's grand domain and challenged 3 human immortal royal families alone. He turned Crystal City upside down and finally left safely. Chapter 2054. As a guest. It's a pity that Lin Ling isn't invincible. He has been poisoned by the martial god world, and no one can cure him. He'll become a cripple sooner or later. The Burning Law poison comes from the Burning Law fruit. I heard that even the ancient giants couldn't cure it. What a pity Lin Ling will fall just like that. Among the 3 mysterious of the mortal world, some felt pity, some rejoiced in his misfortune, and some felt refreshed. At this moment, in the rainforest's sacred land, many experts also heard the news. Big brother, he'll be fine. That's right, those are just rumors. The Fire Spirit Princess, Little Flame, and the 9 spirits of heaven were extremely worried. Everyone knew that in this world, strength reigned supreme. Therefore, if Lin Ling became a cripple, he would also lose everything. Moreover, his enemies would definitely come to kill him. Of course, some people couldn't wait until the competition. Now, the time had come. Lin Ling, where are you? The rainforest's sacred land that had just been rebuilt was now greeted with a loud roar that shook the entire sacred land. As expected, kind people will be bullied. Those experts know that Lord Lin Ling has become a cripple, so they're all here to settle the score. My rainforest's sacred land has just been peaceful for a while, and now they're here to bully us. Why should we be afraid of them? Go. The experts of the rainforest's sacred land were furious. Holding their weapons, they all walked out. The Fire Spirit Princess, Little Flame, and the others were also on guard. In the sky, a gorgeous carriage arrived. The one pulling the carriage was a white unicorn, which looked even more noble. A moment later, a figure walked out of the carriage. She wore a gorgeous phoenix robe and a pearl crown. She was the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. It's her. Seeing her, everyone was shocked. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't be afraid. However, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was a legend of the mortal world. They couldn't face her. What are you all doing? I came here today to see Yu. Could it be that you're so overbearing that you won't even let my daughter see you? The Jade Lake's Heavenly Mother looked at everyone with disdain and spoke in a harsh voice. Princess Fire Spirit, Ancestor Extreme Flame, and the others fell silent for a moment. The other party's words were very pleasant to hear. He had come to see his daughter, so they couldn't chase him away. Sister Yu, Sister Yu, and the others are not here. Heavenly Mother, please go back. Princess Hualing lifted her small face and spoke politely. Impudent. Is it your turn to speak? Let Lin Ling come out and talk. Lin Ling is really full of feathers. He won't even let my daughter see him. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother coldly snorted, and a powerful aura burst out, causing the Fire Spirit Princess to groan and be slightly injured. She had just arrived and she was already putting on airs. Heavenly Mother's arrival is our rainforest holy land's blessing. However, Lin Ling really isn't here. If Heavenly Mother wants to see Yu and the others, you can come later. At this time, a crisp voice rang out. It was Lu Susu. She was smart because the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was clearly here to make things difficult. However, she used the excuse of looking for her daughter, so they couldn't use force and could only speak softly. Not here? Or is he recuperating? I heard that stinking brat became a waste, so I came to see how much of a waste he is. I can be considered half a mother to Yu and the others, so it's reasonable for me to come. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother said indifferently. She seemed to be here to visit Yu and the others, but in fact, she was here to behave atrociously and watch Lin Ling make a fool of himself. Although she didn't dare to touch Lin Ling, she still couldn't avoid ridicule and ridicule. Waste? Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others' faces turned ugly. That old witch was too arrogant. What's wrong? You don't even know how to entertain people. Little girl, bring me a stool and pour me some hot tea. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother walked down from the sky and said arrogantly, "Damn old witch." Lu Susu cursed secretly, but on the surface, she still showed a polite smile. She asked someone to bring a table and chairs and personally made a pot of hot tea. Bang. However, the moment the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother picked up the teacup, she immediately threw it at Lu Susu, splashing tea all over Lu Susu. As a maid, you don't even know how to pour tea? The water is too hot. How did Lin Ling teach you how to entertain guests? The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother raised her eyebrows and reprimanded as if Lu Susu was her maid. Damn it. Seeing this, everyone clenched their fists. However, Lu Susu forced a smile and said, "This is my fault. I hope Heavenly Mother won't take it to heart. Someone bring me some warm water." Lu Susu was swallowing her anger because once a conflict broke out, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother might use it as an excuse to make a fuss. Bang. However, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother threw the teacup at Lu Susu again. "What kind of tea is this? I'm a legend in the mortal world. Is this how you entertain me? Or is it that Lin Ling doesn't put me in his eyes? Fine, I came to visit Lin Ling personally because I care about him, but he treats me like this?" Hearing this, Lu Susu lowered her head, feeling extremely wronged. She didn't say a word. Seeing Lu Susu being bullied, Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others were also furious. Hee, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother is a legend in the mortal world. Is it fun to bully a junior? At this time, a voice drifted over from afar. Looking carefully, several figures stepped on the clouds and came over. It was the 7 emperors. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, weren't you in seclusion as a punishment? Did you sneak out now? If that lord finds out, you'll be in for a lot of trouble. Emperor Lisho walked down with a smile. Everyone kicks a man who is down. Currently, there were rumors that Lin Ling had become a cripple, so there were many people who wanted to make things difficult for him. However, he didn't expect the first to be the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. "It's none of your business." Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's face was somewhat unsightly, but soon she sneered, "7 emperors, you are still very close to Lin Ling. Be careful not to be implicated by him. Because that guy has offended many people, and now he's a cripple. Hee, the following days will be difficult? What kind of person Lin Ling has become is none of your business. What do you want? If you want to fight, just say it." Emperor Yu also floated down and coldly shouted, "Fighting and killing is too rude. I'm here to care about Lin Ling, not to fight. Moreover, I'm here to remind you, be careful not to be implicated by a cripple. Of course, if you really want to fight, I'll accompany you. But if this spread out, people will say that you 7 emperors are too overbearing, not even allowing me to be a guest." Jade Lake Heavenly Mother picked up the teacup and leisurely drank, leisurely said. Her appearance made people furious, but they couldn't do anything. After all, Jade Lake Heavenly Mother also said that she was here as a guest. "The tea has been drunk, and you've said your words. You can go now." Emperor Lisho and the others also endured. Chapter 2055. Domineering and direct. 7 emperors, Lin Ling is already crippled. He can't participate in the tournament of prodigies. Do you still want to support him? In my opinion, this kind of trash should just be left to fend for himself. Why bother? He'll be killed sooner or later anyway. If I were you, I'd definitely distance myself from him. "Kalhu, come to Grandma." The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother blew on her teacup and slowly said. Her words were sharp and harsh, but when she called Lin Yi's name, Lin ignored her, making her secretly angry. Damned old witch. Curse her to step on shit when she goes out and choke to death when drinking water. Lu Susu, Princess Hualing and the others smiled, but they were cursing in their hearts. What a venomous mouth, as expected of the old witch. Even the 7 emperors were cursing in their hearts. However, on the surface, they were still enduring. Who is this person? Who told you to let the dog in when I wasn't around? Just as everyone was enduring, an angry shout came from afar. Many people turned around and saw that Lin Ling had returned, and beside him were Yu and the others. Lin Ling is back. Seeing the blue-white robed youth, everyone smiled with joy. Although it was rumored that Lin Ling had become a cripple, they didn't believe that rumor when they saw Lin Ling's trembling appearance. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's face turned ugly. Even the 7 emperors didn't dare to shed all pretenses of cordiality. This Lin Ling had called her a dog the moment he arrived. His guts weren't small. Heavenly Mother. Yu and the others looked at the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother with a complicated expression. However, when they saw what happened to Lu Susu and the Fire Spirit Princess, they immediately complained. The Heavenly Mother was looking for trouble. Yu watched from the side. When Lin Ling saw what had happened to Lu Susu and the others, he was furious. He didn't provoke the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother anymore, but this old witch was still making things difficult for him. Lin Ling, I heard that you've become a cripple. Is that true? The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother saw Lin Ling and was very happy because she could finally see Lin Ling's downfall. That's right, I was poisoned. Lin Ling step by step. You're really poisoned? This is troublesome, there is no antidote. Do you remember Xianda? This person almost became a legend in the human world. Unfortunately, he was also poisoned by the burning magic poison. In the end, he gradually turned from a top expert to a cripple and was killed by his enemy. The 7 emperors and the others. Great. 2. Lin Ling step by step, but his eyes were cold. For some reason, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's smile disappeared when she saw those cold eyes. I just feel that it's a pity. Lin Ling, you've become a cripple, so Yu and the others should follow me back. Even though she was still afraid of Lin Ling being a legend of the mortal world, she raised her chin high when she said this. If Lin Ling's step was smart, he would be flattering her now. After all, a cripple had no future. Follow you back? Lin Ling step by step. He finally arrived in front of the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Seeing her leisurely drinking tea, he felt even more unhappy. He picked up the teapot and poured the tea on her head. The tea flowed down the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's head and stained her face, making her look extremely miserable. However, she was stunned because of Lin Ling's step. The crowd was also stunned. Then, they couldn't help but laugh. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother looked like a drowned rat. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's eyes narrowed. I'm sorry, this tea is too cold. Using it to serve the noble Heavenly Mother is a disgrace to her status. So, I have to pour the old tea away and prepare some new tea. Lin Ling said indifferently, but the teapot in his hand didn't stop pouring the tea on the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's body. After the tea was poured, Lin Ling step by step 9. He waved his right hand and ordered someone to brew a new pot of tea. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother sat there trembling. She was a dignified mortal world legend. How could she be drenched in tea in front of everyone? Do you know what you're doing? Or do you still think you're a mortal world legend? The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother said in a low voice. Lin Ling step 9 couldn't see through himself. I'm pouring tea. Lin Ling step 9 said indifferently. A new pot of tea was poured on the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's head. He was using his actions to tell the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother what he was doing. This guy. Even Emperor Li Shou and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Although the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was despicable, she didn't shed all pretense of cordiality. She said that she came out of concern. Therefore, Lin Ling step 9 should treat her with respect. Who knew that Lin Ling step 9 would treat her so rudely? Come to drink tea? Then I'll let you drink to your heart's content. Although Lin Ling step 9 was a cripple, he was still arrogant. The 7 emperors and the others smiled bitterly. Are you forcing me to make a move? You should know that you're no match for me now. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother wiped the tea leaves off her face and stood up in anger. Lin Ling step 9 smiled and poured the remaining tea into his mouth. Then he spat it out. The tea leaves once again stained the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's face. I'm forcing you to make a move. What can you do about it? After doing that, Lin Ling step 9 laughed. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was playing a hypocritical game with him, but he, Lin Ling step 9, didn't play the game and directly drove her away rudely. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother stood there like a drowned rat. She couldn't wait to attack. In her mind, Lin Ling Step 9 was just a cripple. How dare he be so arrogant? Don't you know where you are? No matter how useless I, Lin Ling Step 9, am, I'm not someone you can bully. Today's matter, for the sake of you and the others, I'll spare you. Now, get out of my sight and see the guest out. Go away. Lin Ling Step 9 ignored her anger. After saying that, he turned around and left indifferently. That calmness undoubtedly made the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's face even gloomier. Not bad. See the guest out. Why aren't you leaving? Don't tell me you still want to stay for lunch? Go away. Maybe the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother is feeling guilty and wants to pour tea for us one by one? That's possible. But before pouring tea, she'd better wipe her face. That face full of tea leaves makes me want to vomit. In the rainforest's sacred ground, mocking voices drifted out. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother wished she could dig a hole and hide in it. Lin Ling Step 9, you're back. But at this moment, a pleasantly surprised voice came from the skies. A woman in a green robe walked down with light steps. Every movement of this woman was filled with the aura of a national beauty, and she was extremely gentle and beautiful. Of course, she was martial god Jianghu. Apparently, she had heard that Lin Ling Step 9 was poisoned, so she came to visit him. I'm fine for now. Lin Ling Step 9 stopped and turned around with a smile. Chapter 2056. Tea was poured one by one. Her voice was filled with excitement. She took a few steps forward and knelt down in front of martial god Jianghu. Lin Ling poured tea all over my body, humiliating me. I only came here to show concern for him, but he went too far. Master, you have to stand up for me. If not, how would others view the Jianghu Immortal Foundation? Bang bang bang. After saying that, she kept kowtowing to ancient martial god Yun. Right now, although Lin Ling was trash, there were still many strong people behind him. Therefore, she wanted her master to stand up for her. Moreover, her master had helped Lin Ling in the past, presumably because Lin Ling's talent was too strong. However, Lin Ling had already become a cripple, so her master probably wouldn't care about Lin Ling anymore. You mean he poured tea all over himself? Martial god Jianghu frowned and looked indifferently at the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. That's right. You see, I still have tea leaves with me. Not only that, he even threatened to destroy Jianghu's Immortal Foundation. Hearing her master's cold tone, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was delighted. She knew that her master was angry. Destroy Jianghu's Immortal Foundation? Martial god Jianghu said again. That's right, he's too arrogant. I'm only here to show some concern for him. Master, you must teach him a lesson. The Jade Lake's Heavenly Mother became even more agitated because she sensed that her master was getting angrier and angrier. Unfortunately, she didn't know that her anger wasn't directed at Lin Ling. You care for him? After that, he poured tea all over her body and even threatened to destroy Jianghu's Immortal Foundation? If that's the case, give him 3 slaps. Ancient martial god Yun's face turned even colder. Fine, I'll give him 3 slaps. Let's see who dares to stop me. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother immediately felt proud and elated. She quickly stood up and sneered at Lin Ling before walking over with her chin held high. Now that she had her master's support, who would dare to be arrogant? Her gaze descended onto the 7 emperors and the others at the same time. As expected, the 7 emperors and the others revealed worried expressions. Obviously, the 7 emperors didn't dare to resist her master. At this moment, she had a feeling that the bitterness was over and the sweetness was about to begin. Lin Ling. In fact, the 7 emperors were indeed worried. An ancient overlord was not someone they could provoke. Unfortunately, Taoist Kame was not here. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to fear ancient martial god Jianghu. However, Lin Ling was still standing there, his face as calm as an ancient well. Are you ready? I'll give you 3 slaps. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother arrived in front of Lin Ling and said, Of course, kneel down and admit your mistake. Out of consideration for you and the rest, I won't make things difficult for you anymore. Hee, that's what I should say. For the sake of you and the others, If you kneel down and admit your mistake, I won't make things difficult for you anymore. However, what surprised the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was that Lin Ling actually repeated her words. Crazy. She thought that Lin Ling was absolutely crazy. I have nothing to say to you. Bring your face closer and I'll give you 3 resounding slaps. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was too lazy to explain. She raised her hand, but just as she was about to swing it, a cold voice came from behind her. When I asked you to give him 3 slaps, I asked you to give him 3 slaps, not the other way around. The voice was so familiar that the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother turned around in disbelief. The one who spoke was actually her master. At this moment, she suspected that she had misheard. Hit him. However, ancient martial god Jianghu said again, telling her that this was not a dream. I don't know what Lin Ling did to you, but he poured tea all over you. This means that you did something that made him unhappy, so you have to hit him. Ancient martial god Jianghu said coldly. In her heart, she didn't even dare to hit Lin Ling's face, let alone her disciple. Ah! The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother felt as if she was struck by lightning. What kind of logic was this? Lin Ling made things difficult for her, and her master actually stood up for Lin Ling? Let him hit him until he's happy. Ancient martial god Jianghu's voice came again. Not only the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, but the 7 emperors also opened their mouths wide. Let Lin Ling hit him until he's happy? What kind of logic was this? Even if Lin Ling was ancient martial god Jianghu's disciple, this was impossible. Bring your face closer, I'll give you 3 good slaps. Lin Ling was the only one who wasn't surprised. Then he viciously threw a slap. Slap. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was dumbfounded. Slap. Another slap was thrown, and the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was still in a daze. Slap. After the 3rd slap, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother finally reacted. She was hit, and it was 3 resounding slaps. Kneel! Lin Ling shouted coldly, apologize properly, and for you and the others' sake, I'll spare you this time. Kneel. Ancient martial god Jianghu also spoke after Lin Ling's voice fell. Plop. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was frightened and knelt down subconsciously. She was still confused. Last time, her master had told her not to provoke Lin Ling. At that time, she didn't believe it, but now she did. In her master's heart, Lin Ling was more important than her. Although she didn't know the reason, it was the truth. At this moment, she suddenly regretted it. If she had known that Lin Ling was so important, she wouldn't have come to see Lin Ling make a fool of himself. Are you convinced? Let me tell you, no matter how much I cripple you, it's easy for me to teach you a lesson. Lin Ling said indifferently, originally, I was too lazy to care about what happened before, but you were too arrogant. Now go and pour tea for me. Pour tea for my grandfather, mother, and all my family and friends. If they are satisfied, then you can leave today. Heavens, how can I pour tea for so many people? The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother said with her mouth agape. That's none of my business. Lin Ling turned around and left, leaving the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother stunned. If you don't want to die, do as he says. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding our relationship as master and disciple. However, ancient martial god Jianghu's next sentence made the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother obediently pour tea. She wasn't afraid of anyone but her master. Impudent! The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother almost vomited blood when she heard ancient martial god Jianghu's words. Impudent? How old was Lin Ling? Could it be that he was her grandmaster? Unfortunately, she didn't dare to ask the question in her heart. She could only obediently pour tea for Lu Susu. Although Lu Susu didn't know what happened, she trusted Lin Ling. She simply imitated the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother from before. She set the table and slowly drank tea. This tea is too cold. How are you a maid? Change the water. Lu Susu crossed her legs and said, Okay, right away. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother gritted her teeth and said gloomily. A dignified legend of the mortal world had become a maid. The 7 emperors, Patriarch Taiyin, and the others were stunned for half an hour before they finally accepted this terrible fact. Then, they all began to worry about Lin Ling. Ancient martial god Jianghu was the same because even she couldn't cure the burning law poison. It's okay, this poison won't kill me. Facing everyone's concern, Lin Ling replied with a smile. Chapter 2057. Starting point of the battle flag, there's still close to a year's time. The time isn't up yet, so it's hard to say. Lin Ling looked at Yu Yu and the others with a smile. Yu Yu and the others also smiled tacitly. At present, Yu Yu and the others' poison had been cured. Although Lin Ling's poison had not been cured, it was only a matter of time. And Yuer was the one who suggested that Lin Ling be kept a secret. If the secret was made public now, Lin Ling would become a thorn in their side and be assassinated by the devil race and ghost race. Therefore, it was better to hide the truth. This would save them a lot of trouble. However, that was indeed the truth. Lin Ling had become a cripple, and the experts of the four races no longer placed him in their eyes. They would wait until after the competition to kill Lin Ling. Sigh, then we can only wait for a year. The 7 emperors sighed softly and left behind their treasures. Then they bid farewell and left. Ancient martial god Jianghu was very familiar with Lin Ling's personality. She guessed that Lin Ling should be able to detoxify the poison. She was immediately overjoyed. Little Wu, inform Little Black and Little White to return in a year. Tell them that it's Li Xiao Yao's order. Lin Ling said to ancient martial god Jianghu. He wasn't afraid of the human world giants, but he had to be wary of the ancient giants, such as the great demon king of the demon race, the ghost emperor of the ghost race, the godly king of the godly kingdom, etc. Yes, master. When ancient martial god Jianghu heard the voice in her heart, she immediately replied. She was extremely excited. She knew that during the 4-race tournament, it was time for her master to announce his identity. Moreover, there were still rumors that Lin Ling was a cripple. If the 4-race tournament began and the experts of the 4 races saw that not only was Lin Ling not crippled, but he was even stronger, she wondered what their expressions would be. After chatting for a while, everyone left one by one. After Lin Ling guided Yu Yu and the others in their cultivation, he also went into seclusion. This time, he had reaped a great harvest. He had enough treasures to break through to the next realm. Moreover, his foundation was extremely solid. Third revolution Wuxia, severing 3 corpses. Once he stepped into the martial emperor realm, he would be invincible among those of the same realm. His Majesty's name will definitely shake the world in the upcoming 4-clan tournament. In the Purple Palace, Old Z looked at Lin Ling with gratification in his eyes. Elder Z, thank you for your help all these years. Lin Ling respectfully bowed towards Violet Elder. Before he recovered his memories, it was Violet Elder who helped him. It could be said that without Violet Elder, he, Lin Ling, might not have been able to find a second stone sculpture. Your Majesty, you can't. Elder Purple was flattered. He knew that Lin Ling was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. Even the star-plucking emperor would have to treat Lin Ling as his junior. There's nothing wrong with that. In my heart, you are my master. Lin Ling still bowed. That kind of respect came from the bottom of his heart. Purple Elder's eyes became moist. It was his honor to be able to nurture Lin Ling in this lifetime. I know that you have always wanted to leave the Purple Palace and live like a normal person. Today, I will help you. Lin Ling said with a smile. He then took out a large number of treasures and helped Purple Elder reconstruct his body. Many treasures were needed to reconstruct a body and they were all extremely precious. Otherwise, Lin Ling would have already reconstructed the bodies of Lord Shui Wu and the others. Of course, Lord Shui Wu and the others could also forcefully seize some people's bodies. However, Lin Ling stopped them because that would go against the heavens. However, Lord Shui Wu and the others didn't care about their bodies because their strength would be even more powerful if they turned into souls. A few days later, Purple Elder appeared in the sacred rainforest. Yu Yu and the others were extremely happy. They all held Purple Elder's hand. Obviously, they already knew Purple Elder. Purple Elder, I finally see you. Princess Hualing was the most excited. She was the most familiar with Purple Elder. Aya, my little princess, don't pull my beard. If you pull it again, it will be gone. Purple Elder's eyes were moist and his heart was moved. He was a soul and had always yearned for a lively situation where his children and grandchildren were everywhere. Now Lin Ling had fulfilled his wish. Ancestor Tai Yen also knew Purple Elder. He immediately smiled and pulled Purple Elder to play chess and fish with Lin Ling's grandfather, Rain Master Mo Ping, and the others. They were extremely happy. Lin Ling looked at this scene indifferently. At this moment, he felt that his motivation to become stronger was even greater. Lin Ling entered seclusion again. First, he dispelled the burning law poison. Then, he used all kinds of treasures to break through Wuxia's realm. After spending 10 years in the Purple Palace, Lin Ling naturally reached the Martial Emperor realm. His physical strength source was much larger than ordinary people's. After breaking through, his laws reached more than 50,000. This was just ordinary laws, not including the power of laws, martial arts, and weapons. Moreover, ordinary first-level martial emperors only had 10,000 laws. Even third-level martial emperors only had 50,000 laws. However, Lin Ling's first-level martial emperors were comparable to third-level martial emperors. However, that was only for ordinary martial emperors. Geniuses like Huang's son were much more than that. However, they were still not comparable to Lin Ling. In addition, Lin Ling's fire attribute talent had also increased crazily, reaching 7th-level divine rank. As for the 6 paths of reincarnation, Lin Ling cultivated the Hell Path, Hungry Ghost Path, and Animal Path. Now that he had cultivated the Human Path, his laws had increased by 30,000, which was 20,000 more than the Animal Path. According to Lin Ling's knowledge, the 4th path of reincarnation increased the laws even more. It could be said that with the fire attribute martial Dao, Lin Ling could kill any third-level martial emperor. This was one of his trump cards. The second trump card was his soul power. With the help of the treasures left behind by Li Xiaoyao, his soul power had reached level 500. Whether it was Time Freeze, Maple Snow's Mournful Blade, or Evasion Realm, they had all increased greatly. As for the third trump card, it was Lin Ling's sword principle and physical body. The improvement of his realm was slower. However, Lin Ling planned to reforge the tyrannical Song Sword and make it a 4-star celestial weapon to increase the power of the space law. Bitter cultivation was spent in boredom. Lin Ling knew that the peak battle of the 4 clans was getting closer and closer. However, after using up all the treasures, Lin Ling did not cultivate bitterly. He sensed that he was about to break through to first-level martial emperor. All he needed was an opportunity. Lin Yi, how's your sword drawing technique? When he was free, Lin Ling would give Lin Yi pointers on martial arts. Father, I have already learned the sword drawing technique. Lin Yi replied proudly. However, when Lin Ling asked him to demonstrate it, Lin Ling immediately frowned and said, the sword drawing technique seems to be the simplest sword principle. However, one movement contains millions of moves. Your martial arts are not up to standard. You have to swing the sword at least 200 million times. 200 million? Lin Yi opened his mouth wide and then lowered his head. He had no choice but to do as he was told. As long as it was related to martial arts, his father would always be very strict with him. Yu Yu and the others smiled as they looked at Lin Ling from afar. This was the feeling of home. Time quietly passed by. Unknowingly, a year had passed and the most anticipated 4 Clans Heaven's Pride competition was about to begin. This competition was actually a seed competition for the creation battle. The winner would be able to participate in the creation battle and rule the world. The day before the 4-clan tournament began, the human race, god race, devil race, and ghost race were already filled with excitement. All the experts had come because of the 4-clan tournament. They wanted to see the strength of the top experts of each race. As for the experts who were qualified to participate in the tournament, they enjoyed endless glory and pride. Chapter 2058. The struggle of the 4 races. Early in the morning, a large number of experts had gathered at the 100-Year Mountain. Get lost, demon. Kiki, if not for the agreement between the races, I would have killed these humans long ago. Come on, come kill us. The ghost race, demon race, celestial race, and the human race had accumulated a deep grudge against each other. Now that they were gathered at the 100 Years Mountain, it was natural that they would fight each other. Of course, they were only boasting because the key was the 4-clan competition. Moreover, No matter what kind of conflict they had, the outcome would be decided during the battle of creation. Therefore, even though those experts didn't like each other, they still rested in the mountain range and more of them gathered. Gradually, the experts who were about to participate in the competition arrived. The 4 absolute talents of the gods. Someone suddenly cried out in alarm. Multicolored light shone in the sky as a large number of experts arrived. These people were dressed in luxurious embroidered clothes, and their auras were otherworldly. Moreover, their eyes were extremely arrogant as they looked at the common people of the world. They were the powerful beings of the 4 holy kingdoms. Among them, the 4 great divine kings didn't need to participate in the competition. They were ancient giants, and they were already quietly waiting for the battle of creation. The contestants were the 4 ultimate talents of the gods: evil god of immortality, burning heaven of emperor, heavenly god of 9 suns, and fire cloud unification. Their cultivations seem to have reached the martial emperor realm. No wonder they are the 4 unique geniuses of the divine realm. Someone said in surprise, causing the expressions of the experts from various clans to change drastically. Whether it's the human race, the ghost race, or the demon race, they're all a bunch of trash. My god race is the noblest, the strongest race. At this moment, one of the 4 strongest geniuses, heavenly god 9 suns, said calmly. He looked down on everyone. How arrogant! Our demon king will definitely defeat him. The Ghost King is stronger than him. The strong cultivators of the various races all frowned. Heavenly God Jianghu was actually comparing the various races to trash. The god race was the noblest race. Damn it. You'll know after the battle. What you're saying now is just a joke. At this time, terrifying demonic clouds arrived. It was as if millions of demons were descending from the clouds. These were the demons who were about to participate in the competition. Leading the army were the 5 rising demon kings. They were Pink Crown Prince, Moaoao, Black Hole, Demon Monarch of Destruction, and Tianho. These people's strength was exceedingly high, and they could already fight against the giants of the human world. Moreover, after the arrival of the 5 little devil kings, ghostly wails and howls could be heard from afar. The experts of the ghost race had also arrived. Upon closer inspection, their appearances were similar to those of the devil race. They were all strange and bizarre, but the ghostly chi on their bodies was extremely dense. The ghost race's army was led by 4 people. They were called the 4 great ghost marshals, and their strength was naturally extremely terrifying. It's so difficult to breathe. Are you crazy? Hurry up and come over to the human side. A human expert turned pale, but the others immediately reminded him. If one looked carefully, the 100-year mountain had already been divided into 4 camps. If one were to appear in the camp of another race, there was a high chance that one would be killed. It's alright, I'm here. While the human race was lacking a backbone, a large number of experts had arrived, led by heaven-blessed martial god and the others. Huang's son had arrived. In addition, the experts of the 3 great myths of the mortal world had also arrived. Among them, other than Huang's son, the others could also participate in the competition to fight for a spot in the Genesis battle. After their arrival, the pressure on the human side was reduced by a lot, but the crowd's blood was boiling. The competition between the 4 races was finally about to begin. Although they were not participating, the sense of honor was still very strong. After a while, the experts of the Saints' great domain also arrived, but they did not send many people, only the 4 great immortal giants. In an instant, the people who were going to participate in the competition had all arrived. Where's Lin Ling? He killed my younger brother. Today, I must kill him. At this time, the Pink Crown Prince of the Devil race shouted in a low voice. His 2 younger brothers were killed by Lin Ling. Lin Ling is already crippled. Your opponent is me. On the side of Huang's son, Prince of Freedom stared at the devil race's camp and said indifferently, "Too weak, get lost. Lin Ling is more like it." However, the Pink Crown Prince shouted in disdain. His words made Prince of Freedom's expression freeze there. He was too useless? It seems that in front of the experts of the 4 races, Lin Ling is the most famous, The other Huang's son are not as dazzling as him. Seeing this scene, many people secretly said. I said, Lin Ling is already crippled, he will not come today, your opponent is our Huang's son and the giants of the mortal world. Heaven-blessed martial god also opened his mouth, he was also very angry, no one in the devil race knew his name? What a pity, the number one genius of the human race has fallen, it seems that the human race has no chance to shine in the competition. The Pink Crown Prince finally acknowledged the news that Lin Ling was crippled, but he still ignored the other Huang's son. Damn it! Prince of Freedom, heaven-blessed martial god, Luo Chen and the other famous geniuses, all of them secretly clenched their fists in anger. That's right, Lin Ling is still a worthy opponent, the others are just a bunch of trash. It seems that in this 4-race competition, I will take the first place, and our god race will also occupy the top 5. Heavenly God Jianghu also said with a smile. In the 4-race competition, only the top 5 were qualified to participate in the battle of creation, so the competition was extremely fierce. Those geniuses of the god race and devil race are so arrogant, it's a pity that Lin Ling has fallen, otherwise if he was here, they would not be able to be arrogant. Yes. Yes, Prince of Freedom and the others are not confident enough. Yes. I heard that in order to detoxify Lin Ling, the 7 emperors and the others tried all kinds of methods, and finally found a secret method in the ancient ruins, and forged a jade pendant that can suppress the burning magic poison. Yes. Really? Yes. Of course, my senior brother is Xian Di under the 7 emperors, he told me. Yes. Speaking of Lin Ling, many people suddenly began to discuss. The voices made the eyes of heavenly god Jianghu and the others flicker. I heard that it was extremely difficult to suppress. It took almost a year, but the poison was suppressed in the end. Then, is Lin Ling back on the altar again? It's hard to say because in order to suppress the burning magic poison, Lin Ling wasted too much time, and I heard that many of his laws were burned, so even if his strength has increased, he can't catch up with the other sons of desolation. Alas, what a pity! The crowd said again. Such words made heavenly god Jianghu and the others laugh. Lin Ling is really tenacious, but it's a pity that everything is in vain. Even the sons of desolation and the others laughed. They were very happy in their hearts. Although Lin Ling did not become a cripple, it was obviously not worth mentioning. Emperor Li Shou, is what they said true? Among the big shots of the mortal world, someone asked in a low voice. Indeed. Emperor Li Shou smiled bitterly. The 7 emperors had indeed worked hard for Lin Ling, but the result did not seem to be good. What made them most speechless was that Lin Ling actually ignored the jade pendant that they had painstakingly forged. This made them sometimes think, could it be that Lin Ling had also given up? Well, let's not talk about that trash. Next, the 4-race competition begins. Chapter 2059. King's Light. When the strong cultivators saw how proud the 9 sons' celestial god was, they pulled a long face, but they didn't do anything. They also knew that the strong cultivators from the ancient times were watching, they were just hiding in the dark. The strong cultivators of the 4 clans discussed and decided to use the King's Light at the beginning to eliminate some weak cultivators. Said an ancient voice in the sky. It was the voice of the strong cultivators from the ancient times. The initial elimination of the 4 great clans is the same. Those who are too weak will lose the face of their respective clans if they enter the martial stage. Therefore, they must be eliminated. Another voice floated out. It seemed to be the voice of an ancient great demon king. The crowd was astonished. As expected, the strong cultivators from the ancient times were watching. But that was the truth. The competition of the 4 clans was the most important competition in the history of the world. Therefore, if ordinary cultivators were allowed to go on the stage, they would lose face. What? King's Light? Suddenly, the expressions of some of the older experts instantly changed, causing some of the younger generation to become curious. As for the 7 emperors and the others, they laughed bitterly. This initial elimination was really harsh. The King's Light is an ancient cosmic energy. It comes from the ancient kings of the clans. It contains an ancient chi. Without the strength of the great emperor layer, nobody can pass the King's Light. Said Emperor Li Shou, shaking his head. The most important thing is that it doesn't only require cultivation level, it also requires natural talents. Many people took a deep breath. Someone asked nervously, "What if you can't pass the king's light?" The Emperor Yu spat out a single word, causing the crowd to become silent. "Unless you have the chi of the first king, you can't pass the king's light. Otherwise, you can't pass the king's light," said the two kings of Champion University, smiling wryly. Boom boom boom. At the same time, a gigantic stone fell from the sky and turned into a flight of stairs. At the top of the gigantic stone, there was a magnificent stage. There were 4 stages like that in the 4 corners of the 100 Years Mountain. Boom boom boom. But the gigantic stone wasn't the only one. At the same time, a gigantic statue fell from the sky and landed in front of the stairs. The Devil Race's statue was a devil king with 2 horns on its head. This statue was actually the oldest devil king of the Devil Race, the first-generation devil king. The Ghost Race's statue was similar to a Wuxia, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, looking extremely ferocious. Some people curiously stared at the statue, but after staring for more than an incense stick's worth of time, they immediately spat out blood and retreated. Although it was a statue, the pressure it exuded was extremely terrifying. It was the same for the celestial race. However, the one who landed on the ground was a handsome man. He looked heroic and mighty. As for the humans, they were led by the first emperor of the Desolate Era, the overlord saber of the first sovereign emperor. He was an awe-inspiring man with a saber in his hand, like an undefeatable god of war. These 4 stone statues emitted light that enveloped the giant stone steps. Clearly, only those who had stepped onto the 9 stone steps would have the qualifications to participate in the competition. And those rays of light were none other than the King of Honor Light. So it's the light of the first venerable sovereign. The crowd was enlightened. Those who want to participate in the competition can go to the giant stone sculptures. A voice drifted out from the sky. "Hee, with my strength, it won't be difficult. I will definitely reach the giant stone martial platform and fight with the top experts of the various races. Only trash would dare not." The experts of the various races were eager to take action. They took large strides and walked toward their respective stone statues. Boom! On the demon race's side, an expert had just approached when he was immediately blasted into pieces. Failure. The ghost race's side was the same. As for the human side, an old man with fighting spirit also walked forward. However, he was turned into ashes by the terrifying rays of light. Another failure. How terrifying! Those are rank 2 martial emperors. Many people gasped. The King of Honor Light was too powerful. Otherwise, do you think the aura of the first sovereign emperor is so easy to deal with? The 7 emperors smiled bitterly and shook their heads. They had originally wanted to participate in the competition, but now they were hesitating. Look over there, Heavenly God Jianghu has reached the giant stone martial platform. At this time, someone pointed at the demon race's side. Heavenly God Jianghu stood proudly on the martial platform. He was actually the first to reach the martial platform. A bunch of trash. Moreover, a disdainful voice floated out, causing the martial artists of the godly nation to cheer. The experts of the human race, demon race, and ghost race were naturally unwilling to accept this. One by one, they walked toward the stone statues. They could not lose face. Gradually, people from the human race also stepped onto the giant stone martial platform. The first was the heavenly martial god. At this moment, he was extremely proud and looked down on everyone. Prince of Freedom, Fallen Mortal, and the others also reached the giant stone martial platform one after another. What was surprising was that the 3 great legends of the human realm did not participate in the competition. On the contrary, there were many giants of the human realm, such as the Stone God, the Fire Toad, and the human immortal realm giants. However, the Fire Toad failed and was almost killed by the rays of light. Among the human immortal realm giants of the 4 great saint domains, only 3 had reached the giant stone martial platform. They were the primeval spiritual being, the divine marquis, and the North Celestial Emperor. In a short time, The experts of the human race had almost all decided on who would participate in the competition. It was the same for the deity race, ghost race, and demon race. There were only about 200 to 300 people. However, although there were many of them, the number of experts who were killed by the Reverend King's rays was even greater. Many of them were of the rank 3 martial emperor realm. As time passed, fewer and fewer people participated in the competition. It seemed that most of the people had been decided. At this moment, the 7 emperors frowned. The first round of elimination was about to end. Why was Lin Ling not here yet? Of course, other than them, no one remembered Lin Ling. It was as if Lin Ling was the representative of the past. However, no one remembered Lin Ling. Was he not coming? At this moment, in the distant sky, a large number of figures finally arrived. Because the first round of elimination was about to end, their arrival immediately attracted many people's attention. Lin Ling, the crown prince of the spirit tribe? That looks like the primeval spiritual being from the great Saint Domain. Lin Ling is here. Is he here to watch the show? The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone knew Lin Ling. In fact, although Lin Ling had become a cripple, the miracles he had created in the past were still famous. He's here. On the fire tribe's side, Princess Wuxia looked at the sky excitedly. I hope he can participate in the competition. As for Huao, he sighed softly. If Lin Ling had not been poisoned, Lin Ling would have been extremely dazzling today. Many people had the same thought. They subconsciously looked at the primeval spiritual being and the others. Everyone's eyes were filled with anger. If it were not for them, how could Lin Ling become a cripple? This was a good thing for the other races. Is he here to make a fool of himself? Huang Zizi and the others could not wait to see Lin Ling fall. At this moment, they looked at Lin Ling with contempt. Haha, I thought he wouldn't come. After all, he can't let go of fame and fortune. For fame and fortune, he is even willing to give up his life. He's just risking his life. Because even if he doesn't come, there will be many people who want to kill him after the competition. Chapter 2060. Lin Ling arrives, and at that moment, several figures were standing on the dragon turtle battleship in the sky. The person leading them was dressed in blue and white robes. He carried an ancient sword on his back, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were as tranquil as an ancient well. Although Lin Ling's current strength can't compare to Desolation's, at least he didn't give up. Emperor Li Shou and the others were gratified. They didn't know that Lin Ling had already cured the burning law poison. Trish Scram, don't embarrass yourself. While the experts of the 4 races were staring at Lin Ling, an old man suddenly took a large step forward and appeared in the sky, blocking Lin Ling and the others. This old man was actually a human expert. Seeing the old man's actions, many people sneered. Lin Ling had become a cripple, and there were indeed many people who wanted to teach him a lesson. At this moment, on the dragon turtle battleship, Lin Ling and the others were looking down at the ground with cold expressions. I'm talking to you, can't you hear me? Scram. The old man shouted angrily again. This person was from the Xinyuan clan. His clan had been annihilated in the past, and he had escaped because he had gone out to gain experience. Therefore, he hated Lin Ling to the bone. However, Lin Ling had been too powerful in the past, so he did not dare to take revenge. However, the current Lin Ling was not worth mentioning. Seeing him stop Lin Ling, the sneers on the experts' faces deepened. They wanted to see whether or not Lin Ling had become a cripple. If you can come, why can't I? Lin Ling's gaze finally landed on the old man as he spoke indifferently. Because I'm here to support the human race, and you're a cripple. You're here to make a fool of yourself, so get lost. The old man shouted coldly, as if he was a big shot in the human world. Are you saying that you're very strong, so you came to support the human race, while I'm a cripple, so I can't come, and I don't have the qualifications to come? Lin Ling said calmly. He had long known that he would encounter many difficulties, so he did not plan to announce it to the world immediately. His strength was not crippled, because he also wanted to see who wanted him dead and who wanted him dead. Not bad, you finally know how much of a waste you are. Now you can scram. The old man nodded. Then he sighed. You used to be a genius in the mortal world, But you were too arrogant and made enemies everywhere. Now you know what retribution is, right? Therefore, young man, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have some strength. I hope that this incident will teach you how to conduct yourself. Hee hee. Lin Ling smiled. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his right hand, and he slashed out. Thanks for the reminder. That sword had easily unleashed 3,000 laws, and that old man was only at the 10th stage realm of Wuxia. He couldn't block it at all. Moreover, he was shocked. Hadn't Lin Ling become a cripple? How could he still erupt with 3,000 laws? You're right, strength is everything. But it's clear that I'm stronger than you, so you'd better scram. After that sword, a sword mark appeared on the old man's neck. He pointed at Lin Ling and fell to the ground without saying anything. Lin Ling didn't even look at him and walked towards the ground. It seems that the jade pendant that the 7th Emperor forged for him can indeed suppress the poison. But that's all. He missed the time to cultivate because of the burning law poison. Now he's definitely not a match for the son of Huang. Sai, why did you come? It's just embarrassing. The crowd was slightly surprised, but they still sighed. Lin Ling, you're here? I've been waiting for a long time. On the human race's giant stone martial platform, Primeval Spiritual Master looked down at Lin Ling from above. In the past, Lin Ling was so brilliant and dazzling. Now that he had become a cripple, he felt very carefree. Moreover, he could kill him however he wanted to. This undoubtedly resolved his worries. Lin Ling looked at Primeval Spiritual Master and sneered. Sorry for being late and making you wait for a long time. He would definitely kill Primeval Spiritual Master. But he would let him be arrogant first. After the competition, he would slowly settle the old scores. I know you hate me because I made you a cripple, so I'm very sorry. Primeval Spiritual Master said with a smile. His expression was full of schadenfreude. However, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. I already regret my previous mistakes. But now that you've been poisoned, it's hard to change things. So if you're angry, then come and beat me. Primeval Spiritual Master obviously had a deep resentment against Lin Ling. At this moment, he was even more proud. Despicable. Seeing that shameless look, Primeval Spiritual Master couldn't help but curse. He didn't expect his master to be so despicable. Let him be proud. He won't live past today. However, Lin Ling didn't care because he really didn't need to care too much about a dead person. Primeval Spiritual Master nodded immediately. Yu and the others also followed Lin Ling with cold faces. You're Lin Ling, the one who killed my younger brother? If you have the guts, let me tell you, you're going to die today. In the distance, Pink Crown Prince of the Demon Race said, shaking the sky. Lin Ling, do you still remember what happened in the 5th city of the godly nation? At that time, you were very arrogant. But today I will kill you. 9 sons heavenly god, undying evil god and the others also said. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling had become a thorn in their side. However, what surprised them was that Son of Famine and the others also said, Lin Ling, your end is here. Heaven-warping martial god, Prince of Freedom and the others had long wanted to kill Lin Ling. At this moment, they all bared their fangs. Heaven-warping martial god laughed loudly and made a throat-slitting gesture. The human race, devil race, ghost race, and god race all wanted Lin Ling dead. Of course, there were also many people who were worried about Lin Ling. The 7 emperors, the 18 islands of the spirit race, Zhang Yingjun of the immortal divine nation, and so on. Without a doubt, although Lin Ling had become a cripple, his brilliance could still shock the world. As Lin Ling listened to the wave-like voices around him, the corners of his mouth finally curved into a sneer. He did not expect that the experts of the 4 races were paying attention to him. Since that was the case, he might as well let the storm come more fiercely. In this semifinals, I want first place. Whoever comes to kill me, wait to be killed by me. Lin Ling spat out the words from his mouth, causing the 100-year mountain to fall silent. Lin Ling seemed to have been forced into a corner, so he made a declaration. With his strength, he actually wanted to get 1st place? Moreover, whoever came to kill him, who would he kill? Who would he kill? After a moment of silence, roaring laughter resounded like thunder, shaking the entire 100-year mountain. Even the 7 emperors and the others laughed bitterly. They had seen how powerful the other geniuses were before, and even they were afraid of those geniuses. However, who knew that Lin Ling would actually say that he would kill them? Good. Amidst the laughter, heavenly god Jianghu clapped his hands and said, I can tell you that today, you are dead for sure, so you can refute with all your might. However, I hope that your refutation will not disappoint me. Now, you should first ascend the martial stage. That's right, ascend the martial stage. The others also laughed coldly. Lin Ling nodded and strode towards the stone statue of the human race. Lin Ling, we will go first. Primeval beginning, prince of the spirit race, and the others all spoke. They wanted to test the power of the stone statue for themselves. Chapter 2061. Handover of the Throne. Seeing this, many people's eyes narrowed, especially Yuan Shizhenren, because he knew Yuan Shizi's strength the best, but he did not expect Yuan Shizi to be so successful. Could it be that his disciple's strength had increased greatly? Next up was the spirit race crown prince. He had spent a lot of effort, but he was lucky enough to reach the top. Next, Yu and Yuer and the others also stepped onto the giant stone martial platform, and they were the most relaxed. You're beautiful and strong. Beauty, leave Lin Ling. He's no longer worthy of you. 2 heavenly beauties. It's a pity that they married Lin Ling. Lin Ling is a toad that ate swan meat. No worries. After today, those 2 beauties will abandon Lin Ling. Many people looked at Yu and the others with admiration and licked their lips. Even heavenly god Jianghu, Pink Crown Prince, and the others stared at Yu and the other girls. Then they laughed. Those 2 girls were not bad. They belonged to them. As for Yu and the others, they descended to the mortal world. Heaven-blessed martial prodigy chuckled and was just about to say a few words of flattery. Shut up. Yu coldly interrupted, causing the expressions of Tianzong and the others to turn unsightly. They didn't understand why Lin Ling was already crippled, but Yu and the others were still following Lin Ling. And the more it was like this, the more jealous they were. What they didn't know was that Yu and the others were only where they were today because of Lin Ling. Therefore, even if Lin Ling really became a cripple, they would still follow Lin Ling. Brother Ling, come on up. Yu then said to the big man. She could easily come up, so Lin Ling would definitely have an even easier time. Of course, they thought so, but the others didn't think so. They were all waiting to see a good show. Lin Ling smiled. He didn't care about the stone sculpture and took a big step forward. However, at this moment, a terrifying light enveloped him, causing Lin Ling to be unable to move an inch. Lin Ling frowned. How could this be? Logically speaking, Yu and the others had already gone up, so it shouldn't be difficult for him. But why was the stone sculpture's light even stronger? The Honorable King Light stopped Lin Ling. Does this mean that Lin Ling's strength doesn't meet the requirements? The 7 kings and the others frowned. As for the experts of the various clans, they were all stunned. Then, deafening voices rose and fell one after another. Even so, Lin Ling still wanted to take first place? This was simply a joke. Lin Ling, aren't you very arrogant? Yu, Yuan Shizi, and the others were surprised because Lin Ling was above them in terms of talent, realm, and strength. It was impossible that he couldn't get on the giant stone martial platform. Bang! Lin Ling took another step forward, but the mysterious light was even more terrifying, forcing him back. Impossible! Impossible! Lin Ling's frown deepened. Even he was surprised by his current strength. The Honorable King Light shouldn't be able to stop him. What was the reason? Lin Ling retreated from the shock. However, Lin Ling stepped forward again, but the result was the same. What a disgrace. Even Yu and the others succeeded. Lin Ling, don't you feel embarrassed? What first place Yu? I think you're just trash. Get lost. We'll kill you after the competition ends. You're wasting our time. Seeing this, many people gloated even more. Lin Ling obviously didn't admit that he was trash. This was because the King of Supremacy's first elimination had very strict requirements for all kinds of domains. Although Lin Ling was not as weak as he had imagined, he clearly did not meet the requirements to participate in the competition. Otherwise, the stone statue would not have stopped him. Sigh, did he fail? The 7 emperors and the others sighed softly. They watched as Lin Ling was rejected again and again, and they felt a little uncomfortable in their hearts. In the past, he had been so proud, and his name had shaken the world. His skills had suppressed the 4 races, and he had been the youngest giant of the human world. This was the sorrow of a powerhouse. Moreover, many experts of the human race couldn't bear to watch such a scene because it was like watching Lin Ling perish. The laughter around them grew louder. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to hear it. He continued to move forward, but he was stopped again and again. Gradually, the ancient giant's voice came from the sky. Get lost. You're wasting our time. It was the demon king of the demon race. Obviously, they couldn't watch Lin Ling fail again and again. Lin Ling still had to face reality. He was already a cripple. Get lost. Around the 100 Years Mountain, a large number of voices rang out, telling Lin Ling to get lost. Lin Ling looked at the sky indifferently and ignored them. Then he looked at the stone sculpture in front of him. Even now, he still didn't understand why the stone sculpture was stopping him. If you don't get lost, don't blame us for killing you. In the sky, the cold voice sounded again, causing the ancient giants of the human world to fall silent. Obviously, they couldn't help Lin Ling unless Lin Ling left on his own accord. Lin Ling was still looking at the stone sculpture. Gradually, his eyes lit up. This honorable king light was the light of the first honorable sovereign of the human race. It was also the aura of the first honorable sovereign. Was it because of Li Xiaoyao? Could it be that Li Xiaoyao had fought with the oldest honorable sovereign in the past and won? Therefore, when the stone sculpture sensed Li Xiaoyao, it stopped Lin Ling. A mountain couldn't hide 2 tigers, because this was also a clash of auras between honorable sovereigns. Thinking of this, Lin Ling's lips curled into a confident smile. Others only needed the stone sculpture's approval to ascend the giant stone martial platform. However, Lin Ling was Li Xiaoyao, so the stone sculpture obviously wouldn't approve of him. The only way to solve this problem was to resist. Confrontation and recognition were clearly 2 different concepts. Of course, Lin Ling was also the first person to confront the stone sculpture among the powerhouses participating in the competition today. So what if he was the first honorable sovereign of the desolate antiquity era? Times had changed, and Li Xiaoyao had already surpassed him. But Lin Ling took another step forward. From the eye of time, an invisible honorable sovereign aura spread out and collided with the honorable king light. Still not leaving? Then I'm going to attack. The ancient giants in the sky didn't know about Lin Ling's change and coldly said at this moment. That's right, Lin Ling is breaking the rules and making the experts of the 4 clans wait for him. A ghost emperor from the ghost clan also coldly shouted. The ancient giants of the human race were still silent. They also didn't understand why Lin Ling was still persisting. However, they didn't see that the stone sculpture of the first honorable sovereign was shaking. Although it was slight, it was indeed shaking. A voice floated out in Lin Ling's mind. First honorable sovereign, I respect you as the #1 expert of the human race, so I'm giving you face. However, you're already old. You're already a stone sculpture, a dead object. The new generation surpasses the old. Do you still want to sit on the throne of the honorable sovereign? I, Li Xiaoyao, have already defeated you. I, Lin Ling, am the current #1 honorable sovereign. It's time for you to hand over your throne. You can't stop me. Lin Ling shouted in his mind. Like a dragon flying in the sky, with unruliness and determination, he took a heavy step forward. At the same time, the ancient giants in the sky were already preparing to attack. However, at this moment, the stone sculpture of the human race shook violently. Under countless gazes, as if the throne of the honorable sovereign was about to be handed over, it suddenly exploded. Boom! The honorable king light was completely shattered. Chapter 2062. Who is not convinced? Everyone stared blankly at the foot of the giant stone steps. There, the statue of the #1 sovereign of the human race had already been blown away by the wind. As for Lin Ling, his footsteps were steady as he walked towards the boulder martial platform. In the sky, the great demon king who was about to attack seemed to have been struck by lightning, instantly falling silent. Of course, he was not the only one. The entire 100 Years Mountain was completely silent. Everyone was shocked. What's going on? The statue of the number 1 human was shattered, and the light of supremacy had disappeared? Didn't Lin Ling fail repeatedly before? Why did the stone statue shatter at the critical moment and help him? For a moment, everyone's minds seemed to have stopped working. They couldn't think of anything. A voice came from the human clan's side. It was the immortal Yuanshi. Impossible. You haven't been recognized by the first sovereign. You can't come up here. This question was on everyone's mind. On the giant stone steps, Lin Ling continued to move forward as if he hadn't heard anything. Answer me. The primeval spiritual master felt that he could no longer swallow his pride and shouted angrily. Lin Ling, you better explain yourself. After all, you are here as a representative of the human race. If you do something shameful, the entire human race will lose face. Tianzong said calmly, as if he was the leader of the human race. As for the experts of the other 3 races, although they were unhappy, they remained silent because the experts of the human race would demand an explanation from Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling still didn't listen. He walked his own path. Bastard! Heaven-blessed martial artist felt that Lin Ling was ignoring him too much. Lin Ling, you'd better give me an explanation. Otherwise, I'll strip you of your qualifications. On the side of the human race, a large number of angry shouts sounded out, causing the other 3 races to sneer. The human race wasn't united at all. Of course, those that weren't convinced of Lin Ling's strength came from the myriad saint territory, and the martial artists of the mortal world's 3 mystic realms all supported Lin Ling. Excuse me, isn't the first elimination based on who ascends the giant rock martial platform? At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. That's right. However, the first statue was destroyed and the king of exalted light disappeared. Don't you think you owe us an explanation? What does the disappearance of the revered king's light have to do with me? And it's also none of your business. It's enough that I can ascend the giant rock martial platform. Lin Ling coldly looked at heaven-blessed martial artist and spat out a sentence indifferently. None of your business. This thought appeared in the minds of countless people. Lin Ling was still as arrogant as ever. Tianzong Divine Marshal's pupils constricted. He was speechless for a moment because Lin Ling was right. It was enough that he could climb up the platform. It must be that the first stone sculpture has been around for too long, so it suddenly shattered. Lin Ling, you're so lucky. I don't think so. Maybe Lin Ling did something. In any case, we demons do not recognize his qualifications. Gradually, a large number of disgruntled voices drifted out. Lin Ling, a piece of trash, a piece of trash. If I were you, I would have already scrammed back home to avoid making a fool of myself. The experts from the Grand Saint Realm cursed angrily, causing the primeval spiritual master and Shenhou Zi to laugh. They wanted to see if Lin Ling still had the nerve to participate. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's expression was still calm. Instead, he looked at the noisy crowd and said, "Not convinced? Come, I'll kill whoever comes." Hearing this, many people were even more furious. In their minds, the first stone sculpture was the strongest of the human race. If it did not recognize Lin Ling, then Lin Ling was definitely not qualified. Perhaps Lin Ling's talent was too weak, or perhaps he had too few laws, or perhaps his realm was not up to standard, etc. But Lin Ling was lucky enough to pass. He was actually so arrogant and said that he would kill whoever came. What right did he have? It seems that you've angered the 4 races. I think you should give an explanation. As long as you're honest, perhaps the 4 races will spare your life. Speak. At this time, a low voice came from the sky. It was the great demon king of the demon race. Because even they could not understand how Lin Ling succeeded. Moreover, Lin Ling had repeatedly stirred up huge waves in the demon race, causing the great demon king of the demon race to want to kill him as soon as possible. However, what was disgusting was that after the great demon king of the demon race finished speaking, The primeval spiritual master and the rest also echoed. How ugly! I've long heard that the giants of the human world colluded with the demon race. Today, I see that it's true. The martial artists of the three mysterious realms felt disgusted. However, the primeval spiritual master and the rest did not care about this. They just wanted Lin Ling to die. Rumble. Almost at the same time, in the sky, a large hand fiercely grabbed at Lin Ling, and a terrifying demonic aura swept over. The great demon king of the demon race had made his move, wanting to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, he didn't even give any warning before making his move. It was extremely ruthless. Lin Ling. The seven emperors did not expect to encounter such a situation, and they immediately shouted. Stop. However, at this moment, a golden tortoise shell appeared in the sky, blocking that terrifying palm. Demon Kingdom's Crystal Master, you want an explanation? Kame's spiritual master also appeared in the sky, overlooking everyone. The Demon Kingdom's Crystal Master sneered and disappeared without a trace. He wanted to see what explanation Kame's spiritual master would give. If Kame's spiritual master could not convince the masses, even if the demon race did not make a move, the human race's experts would definitely kill Lin Ling. However, his guess was correct. Those who had a grudge against Lin Ling naturally would not waste this opportunity. Kame's spiritual master looked at the vast crowd and finally said, "The Emperor's throne handover." As soon as his voice fell, the 100-year mountain fell silent. What? The Emperor's throne handover? The first to let out a cry of horror was the heaven-blessed martial artist. He naturally knew what the Emperor's throne handover was. How is it possible? The first emperor of the human race? How could he give the Emperor's throne to the crippled Lin Ling? Some ancient experts also knew about the Emperor's throne handover, so they said in shock. At this moment, the human race's experts were all stunned. So were the demon race, ghost race, and deity race. The so-called Emperor's throne handover meant that Lin Ling had taken over the position of the first emperor of the human race. This Emperor's throne handover was very terrifying. It represented the leader of the human race and was also the strongest expert. However, was Lin Ling qualified? Nonsense! The heaven-blessed martial artist roared. He could not believe this result because he was the first emperor. Just because he's a cripple? Prince Xiaoyao was also extremely unwilling. Gradually, those voices of dissatisfaction once again floated like the waves of the sea. This little guy is actually Emperor's throne handover. The seven emperors gasped as they stared at Lin Ling. Only then did they realize that Lin Ling was still walking down the giant stone steps, as if he did not hear the angry shouts around him. He's calm enough. If it were me, I would find it difficult to keep calm at this moment. Emperor Li's-Ho smiled bitterly. Ordinary people would not be able to keep calm in the face of the four races' experts. At this moment, Lin Ling finally arrived at the giant stone martial arts platform. Everyone on the platform stared at Lin Ling with a grave expression. "You're talking nonsense?" Lin Ling finally spoke. "Then may I ask who can shatter the first stone statue?" Chapter 2063. Chaotic battle, that's right. Who could do it? Was there anyone from the god race who could? Was there anyone from the ghost race? Was there anyone from the demon race? Let's not talk about the distant, but the near. Was there anyone who could do it? Was there anyone who could do it? No one could. Since you can't do it, shut up. Lin Ling shouted. He had been silent before, but now he was like an unsheathed sword. He didn't speak much, but he suppressed the four races. The result was that everyone shut up. Although they were unwilling, they couldn't break the first stone statue. So, what right did they have to speak? All right, the human race's contestant has been decided. At this time, an old voice sounded. Everyone saw an old man standing in the clouds. It was the guardian of the mortal realm. Although he was seriously injured in the nation of gods, he naturally came for such a grand occasion. As soon as his words fell, everyone recognized Lin Ling's qualifications. How lucky! However, many people were still jealous. No matter. With his strength, he won't be able to escape death in the end. Are you from the human race? Why are you speaking for an outsider? I'm just telling the truth. The crowd was still not optimistic about Lin Ling, but on the human side, many people supported Lin Ling. After all, they still remembered the legend that Lin Ling had created. As for the god race, there were many who were gloating. Of course, those top geniuses didn't care about Lin Ling. Instead, they stared at their opponents. At present, there were close to 100 people on each stage. With 4 stages, there were almost 400 people. With so many people, it was impossible to fight one by one. Therefore, the second round of eliminations immediately followed. The 4 races stared at the 4 stages, and their breathing quickened. There was no doubt about the strength of the contestants on the stages. They were the strongest existences below the ancient giants. There were geniuses of various races, and old powerhouses, and so on. Who would be left in the end? After the ancient giants of the 4 races discussed, the second round of eliminations is called chaotic battle. On each stage, 20 people will be left. The weak will be eliminated. A shocking voice finally came from the sky. There were close to 100 people on a martial stage, and only 20 would remain. This meant that 80 people would be eliminated. It was cruel, but it was also very realistic. After all, the remaining people would have to compete for 5 spots and participate in the battle with the ancient giants. The weak would naturally be eliminated. Prepare for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, then begin. A ghost emperor from the ghost race said coldly. On the martial stage, an oppressive wind permeated the air. Every expert looked at each other, not wanting to be eliminated by the other. As for Lin Ling, he was also looking at the martial stage. His keen soul force detected that heaven-warping martial prowess, Prince of Heaven Unfettered, and the others had greatly increased in strength. They were actually the most terrifying existences on the martial stage. Unfettered Prince, you used to cultivate the Tao of slaughter to wipe out my entire sect. Today you shall die. After 1 incense stick's worth of time, the martial platform finally erupted with a terrifying murderous intent. A white-haired old man appeared first and charged straight at Prince Xiaoyao. You're courting death, someone shouted in a low voice. It seemed that this person had quite a good relationship with Prince Xiaoyao. However, just as that person was about to make a move, Prince Xiaoyao stopped him with a cold smile on his face. I have killed a lot of people. So, where are you from? A terrifying cloud appeared on Prince Xiaoyao's right hand. It was formed by his murderous intent. Before I die, let me tell you. This old man is from Lingyun Battle Sect and is a supreme elder. The old man's strength had reached rank 1 martial emperor realm. He erupted with 15,000 law energy. His weapon and martial arts were supported by many law energy. 15,000 law energy. He is even more powerful than an ordinary rank 1 martial emperor. However, he is still inferior to Desolation's son. Prince Xiaoyao will definitely defeat him. I know. I hope we can see Prince Xiaoyao's full strength this time. The human race's side was filled with anticipation. The first elimination battle was already very crazy. Kill the heavens, kill the earth, kill all living things. What was terrifying was that Prince Xiaoyao revealed an evil, charming smile. He spread out his hands and red clouds bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced on the old man. Rumble. It was as if all the law of slaughter in the world had merged and erupted with 30,000 law energy. Prince Xiaoyao was only a rank 1 martial emperor. Boom. The old man was blasted to death. Before he died, he did not expect that Prince Xiaoyao knew twice as many law energy as him. Too terrifying. He has twice as many law energy as his opponent and his talent is not weak. I'm afraid he has reached rank 6 divine rank. The experts of various races were shocked because Prince Xiaoyao had won too easily. If Prince Xiaoyao was already like this, the heavenly martial emperors would definitely not be weak. How can he be so powerful? Yu and the others' expressions changed drastically. Lin Ling said with a grave expression, there is a mysterious aura on his body. It seems like he has some kind of treasure. It seems like he has obtained great benefits in the nation of gods. If we meet him, we will be in trouble. Prince Ling frowned. He and Prince Xiaoyao were both rank 1 martial emperors, but their opponent's law energy could not be underestimated. Your law energy should not be less than 30,000, right? At this time, Lin Ling laughed. Prince Ling and the others laughed. They were Desolation's sons and naturally had 30,000 law energy. Lin Ling died. At this moment, someone pounced over. To everyone's surprise, this person was actually at the 10th level of the Martial Saint realm. He wanted to eliminate Lin Ling with such strength? Lin Ling was stunned. You are not allowed to help him. I want to fight him one-on-one and eliminate him. Do you dare? The expert was not weak. He was an experienced expert. As soon as his words fell, many people on the martial stage became excited. Lin Ling was a cripple and should be the first to be eliminated. In this way, they had hopes of entering the top 20. I don't know where your confidence comes from. Lin Ling said indifferently. I naturally know where your strength comes from. It comes from the ancient heavenly crow and a mysterious ancient snake. But on the martial stage, other than weapons, no other items can be used. So, you are not worth mentioning. The expert laughed confidently. Then, he looked at Yu and the others and said, You are not allowed to help. Otherwise, don't blame us for bullying you with our numbers. If we attack you, all of you will die. His voice was filled with pressure. Yu and the others were stunned. Wu Sheng was a rank 10 martial emperor and he was threatening them? All of us will die? Yuan Shizi and the others sneered. So it's Wei Tianba of the mortal realms 3 mysterious. I heard that you are very close to the ancient Ji family. Today you must be here for revenge. But Lin Ling, let me do it. I want to see how we will die. Stone Deity walked out from beside Lin Ling and said, How dare you? Wei Tianba pointed at Stone Deity. Stone Deity frowned. He was the number 1 old ancestor of the Stone clan. Why was Wei Tianba so arrogant when he met him? He called me by name. So, let me do it. Lin Ling waved his hand and walked out step by step. Below the martial stage, the crowd's eyes flickered. Lin Ling couldn't use any external items and he had missed the cultivation time. Was he Wu Sheng's rank 10 martial emperor opponent? Although Lin Ling can't be compared to the real big shots in the mortal realm, but ordinary experts can't afford to offend him. I think he can win. I think so too. But I'm afraid it will be a tough win. If that's the case, then there will be more people who will eliminate him.